Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, you are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Postgres. Now before I'm going to discuss the curriculum, one humble request that please like this video, comment, and also please share, and if possible if you can hype this video, it will be very helpful. So I've given a lot of effort to create these kind of free videos for all of you so that you don't have to buy paid courses. Okay, so this video is a prerequisite of my upcoming Node.js masterclass video. So I just wanted to mention, in case if you're not aware, so I will be uploading a 20 hours free Node.js course on next month. So in that particular course we are going to cover Postgres. So if you complete this particular video, it will be very helpful. So this video will be divided into 3 sections. So you're going to start with foundations, where we are going to cover the concept of how you can create your database, schemas, tables, data types, constant, and the concept of primary keys. Then we'll move to the second section, which will be very helpful. So you're going to understand queries and data operations, like how you're going to insert rows, select specific columns, basic filtering, the concept of like, I like patterns, null, not null, order by, limit, offset, and paginations, how you're going to update single row, how you can update multiple rows, and at the end we are going to finish with returning after insert concept. And then we're going to move to the last section, which will be relationship and advanced SQL. So you're going to understand the concept of foreign keys, one-to-many relationship, inner join, left join, many-to-many relationship, table aliases, aggregate functions, group by, count distinct, subqueries, indexes, and at the end we are going to finish this particular video with transactions. I'm pretty much sure that if you complete this video, you don't have to buy any paid courses. If you're a beginner, this will be a perfect start. I've added the source code that is completely free in the description. You can download from my website. So with that, now let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so now we'll get started. So first of all, I wanted to mention, I think I already mentioned this one in the intro, that this is a practical course. So what I mean by this, now if you have already followed my TypeScript course that I've uploaded maybe 2-3 months back, so there what I've done, right, so I will create individual file for individual concepts, and then by writing the commands and the SQL queries, you are going to learn all those concepts. Okay, now this is actually very important, because I just wanted to make these things very clear that this is not only a conceptual course. Okay, for example, let's say I'm just going to spend time on what is PostgreSQL for 10 minutes. It's not going to work like that. Okay, so this is a completely practical course. For every concepts and commands, we are going to create an individual file, and then we are going to run those files, and we will understand each and everything. Now second thing I wanted to mention, because I'm using Mac here, so I'm going to download this one for Mac. In case you're using Windows, maybe most of you are going to use Windows, what you can do, right, you can use watch these 2 videos. Both the videos are very good. Maybe you can watch the second one, right? Second one is the 2025 update. So follow this exact one. This is going to show you that each and everything that you need to install and set up Postgres. So for this one, we are going to use pgadmin, right? So here, first of all, what you're going to do, right, you come to this particular URL from here, right, and then whatever you're using, based on that you can just download it. So I'm just going to click here, and then it's going to download. So let's wait for some time. Okay, let's open this. Let's click here, open, and here I have to give my password. Okay, click on next. So this is where it's going to install. Next. So we are going to install all of these. So we have PostgreSQL Server, pgadmin 4, Stack Builder, and the command line tools. Okay, so I'll do next, and this is actually very important. Why? This is where you need to set your password. Now try to give the password that you will be able to recollect. So for this one, I'm going to use admin. Okay, so I'm going to do admin, and here also I'm going to type admin. Next, this is the port that Postgres is going to listen. So just keep it like this. Go to next. This is also I'm going to click next, and this will be all your settings that we are going to use for our installation. We'll do next, and now it's going to install. Okay. Alright, so I think this is done. So I'm just going to uncheck this one, and I'm going to do finish. Okay, and this is completed. But now what you're going to do, right, so I'm just going to close this, and let's see if I just search here pgadmin. Okay, and you'll see that you are not going to get it so directly. Why? Because first of all, you have to go to your application. In case you're using Mac, and then here you are going to get PostgreSQL 18. So click here, and then from here you'll be able to open this. So just open this pgadmin 4. Alright, so now first of all we need to give the password. Okay, so I'm just going to give my password here. Okay, I'll do always allow. And now what we're going to do, right, so you can see that we have the servers. So here first of all we need to connect. So here, and this is where you have to give your password that you have given. So in my case I've given what, admin. So I'm just going to give this one admin, and then I'm going to do save password, and I'll do OK. And now you'll see that this will be now connected. Okay, and you can just open this, and this is where you are going to see all the things visually. Okay, but this is what I will suggest not to focus too much at the beginning. Why? The reason is, when you have something that you can learn visually, you will be able to understand once you know the concepts and the basics very clearly. So what I mean by this, so here you will see that if I go to now databases, you are going to see, I think this is little slow. You'll see that we have one default database here. Now what you can do, right, you'll be able to create database from here. Let's say if I do right click, this is very slow. Okay, so you can do create database and all those things. What we are going to do, right, each and everything, that how we are going to create a table, how we are going to insert data, how we are going to read our data, how we are going to update our data, all those things via command line. So for this one we have something called PSQL. Okay, so why I'm actually focusing too much on this particular part, because here if I just focus too much on learning all those things, definitely we can also do that. But why I'm suggesting you, if you're a complete beginner, that try to master command line things a much better way. So what I'm telling, let's say you're working in a particular project where they're using Postgres, and someone asks you, okay, give me this particular data. So now you don't want to go to your DB, so you can go to your DB and then you can go to your tables, you can go to rows and you can see the data, that is fine. But if you are a master in PostgreSQL, what you can do, you can just simply run a particular query and you will be able to get all the data. You're getting what I mean. So this is where you have to focus. So these things we are going to discuss later. For now, you have to make your Postgres foundation very strong, and this is exactly how I have learned the same thing, that how I am teaching here, you believe me or not. Okay, so what we are going to do, right, first of all what we need to do, right, I already created one blank folder here. You can see that I don't have anything else. Now we are going to follow a certain process and the folder structure, so that sequentially you can learn all those concepts line by line. So what I mean by this, so first of all what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create two folder here. So I will suggest that you also follow the exact same process. So one will be part one, because I've given a lot of time deciding all those things, right? So don't think this is like very random that I'm creating. I will give a lot of time creating all those curriculum, in what sequence you are going to learn, so that it will be easy for you to understand. So here I'm going to give part one, and then there will be part 2. Okay, so part 1 we are going to learn very basic things. For example, how you can create database, how you're going to create schema, how you can create your table, what are the data types, what are the constants, primary keys, all those things. In part 2 we are going to go into little bit advanced level. Okay, so we're going to learn all the SQL concepts. For example, how you can insert a single row, how you are going to insert multiple rows. Okay, you are getting right. And then you are going to have part 3, but that we are going to do later. So now inside this part 1, what we are going to do, we will be creating each and every SQL file with a sequence. So what I mean by this, I'm just going to do 0 1 underscore, and then I'm going to do first database or DB or something. So that means this will be your initial thing that you need to understand. I hope this is clear. So this will be our folder structure that we are going to follow. Now before doing that, so let's understand very basic things, like although I have mentioned that we are not going to cover some of the concept, but what actually Postgres is. So Postgres is a database system, right? Now why now if you're a complete beginner, what actually a database system? Now see, when we have some real application, we need to store our user information, let's say our product information or the app that you're creating. Based on that, Postgres is we are going to use to store this kind of application data in a structured way. Okay, so in a structured way. Why this is very popular, and it's extremely popular, and the reason is because it's actually give the developers, right, that we are developers, we are going to develop so many advantages that other DBs actually lacks. For example, first of all will be reliability. Okay, now first of all, when you're creating a production application, you can't lose your data very easily, right? And that will be a disaster for your application. For example, let's say I'll give a practical example that if your user, you have a B2C application and your user is placing an order, pays real money, okay, and let's say, or maybe updating their profile. So what we need to do, your DB should be responsible for updating all those data properly. And PostgreSQL is trusted for this kind of data handling, like it's extremely popular. Second, it's give you the SQL support, right? So PostgreSQL is usually use SQL. What SQL means? Structured query language, right? You can also search all of this in Google also, right? So what actually structured query language is? So this is the language that we talk to relational databases. Okay, so that we are going to discuss later, that what are the commands and everything we have. And one very popular advantages of PostgreSQL will be, and that is the relationship between your data, right? So what will happen, right? Whenever you have a backend application, your data, the real data will be connected. For example, one user can create multiple posts. One order belongs to one customer, so one order cannot belong to multiple customers, right? These things are very basic concepts, right? So this is where PostgreSQL is extremely strong. I repeat, extremely strong at storing and querying all those relations data. Okay, so these things will be the advantages, some of the very advanced features that your PostgreSQL is going to give you, that we are not going to cover that much here. Let's say we have indexes for faster queries, we have transactions, we have full text search, lot of things, views, triggers, stored function extension. If I'm getting good response from this particular video, I'm going to create one more part too. Okay, so this will be your PostgreSQL with the very definition, right? Now one thing you need to understand, and that is one of the most important concept that you can get, you can also note it down, that what is the relation, sorry, what is the not relation, what is the differences between a relational and non-relational DB. Okay, now if you're a student, you have maybe heard this particular term, that SQL database, no SQL database, relational database, non-relational database, something like that, right? So what is the actual definition of a relational database? So relational databases actually stores data in a table format. Okay, so I'm just going to, let's do one readme.md. so here I'm just going to do that relational database, relational DB is going to store the data in what? In tables format or in tables, right? And these tables can be connected using relationships. Okay, let's say you have a users table, you have a posts table, you have a comments table, or whatever, blah blah. Okay, so here what situation can happen, that a particular post is belong to one user, so one post belongs to one user, something like this. Okay, and let's say one comment belong to one particular post, something like this. And these connection that we have, this is called relationship. Okay, so now this is one more thing we can mention, that one user, okay, this is also important, that one user can have many posts, right? So this is called one-to-many relationship that we are going to discuss later. So this will be relational DB. Non-relational DB will be, it actually doesn't organize the data using connected tables, right? So we'll do non-relational non-relations DB. So it's normally doesn't organize data using connected tables. Okay, now here what actually this kind of DBs use, they use documents. So we have what, MongoDB, right? Or it also uses key value pairs. So this will be the very basic definition between a relational and non-relational DB. Okay, now this is another very important interview questions, that when you're going to use relational DB, or when relational DBs are a good choice. So you have to mention that we are going to use PostgreSQL when we have our data that has clear structure, that has proper relationship, right? You also need to implement transactions, you need joins, right? also you also need strong validation at the database level. Okay, so these things, each and everything that I'm mentioning, very important. So first of all will be data has clear structure, so I'm just going to write in short. Second will be data has relationships. Then maybe let's say you need to implement transactions, also you need joins, and as I already mentioned that you also need strong validation at DB level. Now example will be, let's say you're creating a banking application, alright, and or maybe let's say you're creating a e-commerce, something like this, or let's say you're creating a CRM application. So here you can use relational. Non-relational you're going to use when your data shape or data is going to change very often, right? So non-relational will be when your data changes very often. Okay, documents that you have, I already mentioned that non-relational DB is going to store your documents in store your data in documents. So when your docs or documents are independent, so not that much relations are there. Okay, you don't need much joins, right? So in this case you have to use, or you can use, not you have to, you can use non-relational DB. Now why am I explaining all of this? Because this is actually very important. This is so important, right? I can't even explain. You go to any company, you'll see that whenever they are going to start a new product, there will be a lot of discussions with the product business or leadership, whatever, that what DB they are going to use. It's extremely important. Why? Because once you'll start the product, let's say you started one particular DB and that is a wrong choice, it can be a huge problem, because then again you need to migrate, and there can be a lot of things, right? Developer cost, timing, and all those things are matter. So that is the reason these things are very important. Now if I want to sum up that, when you are going to implement any kind of project, right, you have to first see the requirement, but in overall PostgreSQL is a very strong DB choice. Okay, so this is what I wanted to mention. So very basic concepts. So with this, now from the next part, what we're going to mention, as I already told, that for every concept, so you are going to create one file, and then we are going to see in the terminal. The same thing I'm also going to show you in the PG-admin, but we will focus more on the SQL queries. That will be our main object. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we'll start our journey of learning PostgreSQL concept wise but practically. Before that, as I already mentioned this particular term, in case you are not aware, and that is PSQL, which is the official terminal based command line interface for PostgreSQL, right? So what we are going to why we need this, or when we are going to use this, when we need to run our SQL queries. You can see that it allows to interactively type SQL queries, issue them to the database server, and you can also view the result directly in your terminal. And this is the thing I was talking about, that definitely whenever you are going to work with your DB, you can definitely see the result in your DB, right? But when you can run any kind of commands, and then you will be able to get the result in the command line, so that means what? You know your concepts very well, and that is very important thing that we are going to at least learn in this particular video. So first of all, let's start with, I think we have done enough talking, so let's start with first file, which will be 01 first database.sql. okay, so this will be a first file. So first, what we are going to do it, so first we are going to understand that how you can create your first DB. Now here what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm just going to write here that okay, create, and then I'm just going to do here database, and let's give this one name as PostgreSQL. okay, so we have let's do PostgreSQL underscore part 1. so this is my DB name. So what actually this command is doing here, right? So this thing is doing, so this create a database is going to create a new DB. So this is going to create, so this is going to create new DB, right, where inside your Postgre I'm going to write insert Postgre server. So this is how you can create your first DB. So now one thing you need to understand, that in Postgres server you can have multiple databases, right? For the part 1, what you're going to do, you're going to use one single database so that we can understand and all the things will be in sync. Now when we are going to run this particular file, what will happen? So this file, once it will run successfully, it is going to connect to your new DB, right? And then what we can do from our PSQL command line, we can actually connect directly to this particular DB. But before that, I'm just going to give you one more command here that you need to know. But remember, I'm going to write it explicitly that this is actually not needed, and you should never do it in your real production application. And that is, first I'm going to do the drop database if exists, and then I'm just going to give this name PostgreSQL part 1. So what actually we are doing here? So you're simply telling that you are going to drop this particular DB if it is already present. Drop database is going to remove this database completely, and I'm just going to write it here that you should never do it in prod app, and this is, so I'm just going to write it here, so this is only for learning. Okay, so two things you have learned. One is how you can drop a database and how you can create a new database. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to connect to this particular and how we are going to run this particular file. That is also important. As I already mentioned that we are going to use command line, and for this one you can use a individual command line, but I'm going to use VS Code only because it will be easy for us to understand. So first of all, I'm going to run this particular command, okay, and I'm going to explain that what each and everything is doing here. This is each and everything, see, we are going to do from this particular point. You need to understand everything. You can't memorize these things. In case you are not able to do it, it will be very difficult for you to understand when you will actually build your backend applications. So here I'm just going to do PSQL-U, and I'm just going to do this one as Postgres space -d, and I'm just going to do Postgres, and here I'm just going to do -f, and then I will go to my part 1, which is this particular folder, part 1 / and then I'm just going to give this file name. So I'm just going to copy this here, and then I'm just going to paste it. So what actually this is doing here? So first of all, PSQL is our PostgreSQL command line tool. -u Postgres is nothing but we are simply telling that we are logging as our user, which is Postgres. -d Postgres means we are going to connect to our database Postgres, and -af, this particular means we are going to run these SQL commands from this particular file. As simple as that. Okay, so in sum up, it's telling that use PSQL, log in as PostgreSQL user, connect to your Postgres database, and run this particular SQL file. That's it. And we are going to do enter. You have to give a password, and I'm just going to give admin, enter, and you can see that what it's saying. So this is fine. So this doesn't exist, so it's going to skip, which is fine. Drop database and create database. So that means this is actually created. So now if I just go here, right, and let me just, I don't know why this is very slow, so let me refresh this. I think I get this particular thing in other places also, that this is little slow. This is also reported by other users also. And you can see that we have this PostgreSQL part 1, and I'm just going to do right click, not right click, I think let's open this, and you're going to see all the details and everything, schemas and everything. But for now, let's leave it here. So that means now you have your DB here. So what I will suggest, let me just move this one here. So what I'm actually suggesting that try to understand each and every command very seriously, because this is what you need to work in your company also. When you'll be working as a backend developer, you have to work with your DB. You need to know each and everything like such a way so that if someone asks you, okay, give me this particular command, SQL query or everything, you should be able to do it like this, right? So first of all, we learn that how you can create a new DB and how we are going to run this. Okay, now I'm going to show you that how you can run your PSQL queries from your terminal. So first I'm just going to clear this. So first let's do here PSQL-U, so which will be our user, which is Postgres, and I'll do -d, and this is our DB, and then I'm just going to do enter, and you'll see that it's asking for this password every time. Okay, so you have to give the password every time. So what you're going to do, right, so let's cancel this, and I'm just going to add this password here. Okay, so now let's clear once again, and then we are going to just run once again here, and you can see that now this is connected. So now I'm going to show you that some of the things that you can directly check from here. So first of all, let's say you want to see which current database that you are using. So here what you can do, right, you're going to do select and you're going to do current underscore and you have to do database. Alright, and then you'll do enter and you can see that this is our current database. And now remember, this is, we are actually writing inside our PSQL command line. Okay, now you want to see the current user, so you're going to do select and you'll do current underscore user, enter. This is the current user, which is Postgres. Okay, now you can also see which version of PostgreSQL you are using. So I'm just going to do select, and here if I'm not wrong it will be version, and this will be the, this is going to give you the version. Okay, you can see that this is the version that we are using, right? So now let's say you want to see all your databases, that how many databases I have. So you have to give slash, I don't know which, what, but this particular icon called, so I think this is called backslash, I think, and then this will be L, and here you are going to get all this. Okay, all the databases. Now let's say you want to see all your tables. So for tables you have to do DT, and here you can see that we don't have any tables for now, which makes sense. Now you want to exit your PSQL command line, so you can also type here exit directly. So let's see, if I do exit, it will exit, or else you can also do like this. You can directly do slash and then you have to do Q. So this is going to also do the exit. Okay, so both the things are very important, so you can use exit or this particular slash Q. So these will be the very first thing, basic things you have learned. So now let's move on to the next one, which will be how we are going to create our schema. So here I'm just going to create one more file, and let's do this one as 02 underscore, and I'm just going to do this one as first underscore schema dot SQL. Okay, let's bring it here. So first of all, how we are going to create your first schema. What actually schema? Now schema is like a folder inside your database. Okay, now there will be some default schema it's going to create, right? So you see that we have the schema. Let's expand this. See that there is a public schema that will be created, and inside this also you're going to have the tables. Okay, so this is your public or default schema that PostgreSQL always has. So now let's say we want to create our own schema. So we are going to have our DB. So it's like this. So I'm just going to give a comment. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the DB. DB is going to have the schema. Schema is going to have the table. Table is going to have the rows, something like that. So now I want to create my own schema. So how I can do that? And that is very simple. So I'm just going to do create schema, and then I'm just going to do if not exists, and then you have to give the name. So I'm just going to do basic, something like this, right? So create schema is going to create a namespace for your table and your other database objects. What actually if not exist means? So this is going to prevent an error, very important, if this schema is already created. So this is going to, this if not exists is going to prevent an error, right? If the schema is already created. Okay, so this is how you can create a schema. Alright, so this is how you can create a schema. Now here I'm also going to show you that how you can create a extension and why actually you need it. So I'm just going to do here create extension if not exist, and here I'm just going to use PG crypto. Okay, so what actually this extension is going to do, so in later part we are going to use something called get random UID, which will help us to create UID primary keys, and that is very important because in PostgreSQL what we can do, right, we can directly create or generate UID. So here this particular extension is needed because this is going to help us to create that particular UID. Okay, for later we are going to discuss this particular thing in details. So now what I'm going to do, right, so this is going to create the schema and this is going to create the extension, right? I think extension spelling is also correct. Alright, now what I'm going to do, right, now this is where I wanted to explain one more thing which is very important. So here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to write a query. Okay, so here I'm just going to write a query. Now this query I can directly write from my PSQL command line also, but now you may ask me that why I'm writing this one here. The reason is this is for the teaching purpose. This is not mandatory, this is optional. Why I'm doing this? Because when you are going to download the source code, you will be able to directly see this query, or you can copy and you can run. Okay, so that is the reason I'm going to follow this particular process throughout this video, not for this particular file. So now let's say what I need to do, right? I want to write a particular query which is going to give me all the schemas that are available in my current DB. Okay, so to do that, what you're going to do, right, you're going to use a select, and here I'm just going to use a schema underscore name, and then I'm just going to do from, and this we have something called information underscore schema underscore schemata. So what actually this is doing, now this information.schema.schemata is a system view. What actually system view? So system view is a built-in view that is going to give you the information about your database structure. For example, let's say you want to see all your database schemas, that how many schemas are available. So in that case we can use this, and here I'm also going to do order by. For now let's skip this, we are going to have a separate section on what actually is order by. So I'm just going to do order by of schema name, that's it. So now what I can do, right, I can simply directly run this particular file which is going to create a schema, going to create this extension, and at the end it's going to run this particular query. Alright, so now let's run this file, and what we can do, right, so let me just copy this and then we'll paste it here. So what you are doing, so you'll do PSQL -u Postgres -d, this is the DB that we have created in the first file, and part 1 / now we need to run this file. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and then let's paste it here, enter, and you can see that now we have the schema is created, extension is created, and you are getting so many schemas. Okay, now this might be a little confusing that from where these are coming. First one, so basic schema is your custom schema that you have created. What is the information schema? This is the Postgres standard metadata schema. Then you have the PG catalog, this is Postgres internal system schema. PG toast, if I'm not wrong, this is internal storage schema for large values, right? You can also check it once, I'm not exactly sure. So PG toast schema in Postgres, you can just search it. Okay, so you can see that this is the internal namespace used for the oversized attribute, right? So it's for large values. And then you have the public, which I already mentioned, that every Postgres is going to have a database is going to have a default schema which will be present in every database, right? Now why this is coming up? Because in this query I'm actually getting all my schemas at once, right? And this information schema.schemata is going to give me all the schemas that are available in my database. All right, so now if you go here, right, so this is our DB. So now let me just refresh this. This is very slow, man. In Windows it is fast. I don't know, I think that is the reason so many issues I think they have reported on this. I don't know why this is this much slow. Even I'm using the latest version of Mac, but still it is very slow. So if I go to schemas and let's see what we are getting here. So you can see that we are already getting 2 schema, and you can see that we have the basic schema. Fantastic. So that means this is now completed. So this is how you can create schemas and also extension. Now moving to the next one, which will be very, very important. So for now, what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to do 03 underscore, and let's do this one as the first underscore table.sql. So now we are going to understand that how you can create table. Okay, so first of all, what actually table? So table is going to store your data, right, or store one type of data. So here let's create a simple students table. So now what we are going to do, right, your table is going to live inside your schema, and now we have created a basic schema here. So what I'm going to do, right, inside this particular schema I wanted to create a table. So first of all, I'm just going to do drop table. Now again, don't do this in your real project, this is just for teaching purpose, that this is how you can also drop table. Okay, so this will be drop table, and here this will be if exists, and I'm just going to do basics dot, let's do students. Okay, so inside my basic schema I wanted to have a students table, simple, and then I'm going to create a table. So I'll do create table, and I'm just going to do basics dot students, and here now we have to have all our property. So let's start with the first one. First I need to have an ID. which will be serial, and this will be my primary key. Now what actually we are doing here? Now this ID is your unique value, right? So what this serial is going to do, this is going to create an auto incremental or auto incrementing integer. Okay, so that means if I'm inserting one particular student with ID 1, from next time when I'm going to insert it, it will be like 2, 3 like this, and so on, right? So on. So your 4, 5, something like this, right? Primary key, very important, very important concept, that this simply means, so primary key simply means that this column uniquely identifies each row. Okay, so this will be the first property that I wanted to have, or column. Then I'm going to have a name property which will be text, and I'm just going to make this one as not null. So what we are simply telling that this is my another property. So text is going to represent string data. Then I'm simply telling that not null means this column is required, right? So that means Postgres is going to reject if this name value is not present, as simple as that. Then I'm also going to take an email property. So I'm going to take an email which will be text. This also will be not null, and this will be a unique property. Okay, because every student is going to have their unique email, right? So unique means that no two student is going to have same email. Okay, then let's take one more property, and then I'm just going to take an age property. This will be integer. I'm just going to take a check. So check is going to add a rule that every student age has to be greater than or equal 18. So this is one check I wanted to give. And at the end I'm going to take a created at property. So I'll do created underscore at, which will be timestamp. And here I'm just going to do this one as default now. So what we are doing here, so simply telling that this timestamp is going to store your date and time format. So timestamp is going to store your date and time format. Default means if you don't give anything, it's going to take by default. Default means if you don't give any value, it will take by default. That's it. So now I think this is done. So first of all, let's create this table and let's see if this is creating inside that particular schema or not. So first of all, let's go here. I'm going to clear this and then I'm just going to run it here. So we are running inside this, and then I'm just going to copy this. Let's do rename and then let's run it here. Enter, and you can see that it's created the table. So you can go here and let me just refresh this. So if I go inside this, you'll see that we'll be having the tables, and inside this you're going to have your table, one table which is my student table, and you can see the columns and everything here, right? So you can expand this and you can see all your properties that we have added. So you have ID, integer, name, email, age, and created at. Okay, so that means this is working fine. So now what we're going to do, right? So we need to insert some values so that we can see that whether we have those values or not, correct? But before that, let's do one thing. Let's run some of the commands here, okay, inside PSQL, so that you can understand what is happening here. So first of all, inside this, so let's run this command. So I'm just going to open this. So do PSQL-u Postgres, and then I'm going to run this DB. So inside this, and then first of all I wanted to see my tables. I'll do /dt. Okay, it's showing no tables. Oh, I think we need to do /dt and we need to go to basics dot, and then we'll do star. Okay, so you can see that we have to do list of tables, schema basics, name students, this is table, owner is Postgres. Fantastic. Now first of all, before we'll do anything, right, we need to add some data so that you can check whether we have any student present or not, correct? So how we are going to do that? So see, this is what I was talking about, that these queries that I'm writing here, these direct queries I can directly run here also inside PSQL. The reason why I will be adding here, so that when you're going to download the source code, you can take the reference from here. I hope you're getting that. Don't get confused. These queries you don't have to write in the file. This is for the teaching purpose. So for now I'm just going to exit from here, clear these, and then let's run the first query here. So I'm just going to do what? So I'm going to insert some data. So insert some data. So to do this one, we're going to do insert, and insert we need to do into. So you have basics dot students. So this is the table, and what are the things we need to insert? So first of all, ID will be automatically created. Then we have name, comma, we have email, comma, we have age. These three things, right? So this is the things we want to insert, but we need to tell, right, okay, what values we wanted to insert. So that means we need to give here values, and these values is going to tell me that, okay, these things I wanted to insert. So I'm just going to add Sangam. So let's give one more email. So I'll do sangam@gmail.com, and comma, I'm just going to give here 55, although I'm not 55, just I'm just giving. So here I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Let's do here John, and I'll do this one as John, and then let's do 23. Okay, and we need to give this one. So this will be the first data that I wanted to insert. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's run once again, and we'll see that what is happening here. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to run this file again. You can see that we have insert, something is happening here, but we don't know what actually happened. So first we need to see that whether we have all this data present inside our table or not. So first I'm going to go inside this, and then what I'm going to do, right, so I'm just going to do select star, and I'm just going to do from. So I have to go to basics dot students. So it's simply telling that select is going to read your data from a table. This star means we need all the columns. Okay, so this is what you need. Enter, and you can see that we have two data, ID1 Sangam, email, this created at John, and this is the data. Fantastic. Now this is what I was talking about. Now same query I can write inside this file also, so that whenever you're going to run this file, you'll be able to get the result immediately. Okay, so let's see if I just wanted to write it here. So something like select underscore from, and then you're going to do basics.students. It's going to do the exact same thing. Okay, so now I think this is done. So this is how what you're going to do. You're going to create your table. You can drop table using drop table command. So create table, you have to take all your properties that you're going to take, and based on that, if you want to insert some data, you need to insert, and then if you want to read the data, you need to select, and then you have to tell that, okay, from which place I wanted to read the data. So in our case, this will be our basic schema dot students table. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so now let's move on to the next one, which will be, we're going to understand some of the data types. Okay, so I'm just going to do 04 underscore data underscore types dot SQL. So I think some of the data types we have already covered, but still we need to understand some more. So first I'm just going to do drop table if exists, and I'm just going to create one more. So I'm just going to do here basics dot, let's give this one as maybe products underscore basic. Okay, and then let's create the table. So I'll do create table, and let's give this one as basics dot product basic, and then so we'll start with the first one, which we have already covered. So this will be ID, so you're going to take serial, and this will be primary key. Okay, then next we are going to take our let's take a name property, and here I'm just going to take one more thing here, and that is called varchar, and I'm just going to give this one as 100. Let's do this one as not null. Now what actually I mean by this varchar 100 that we have taken here, that means that we have a string with maximum length of 100 characters. Okay, so I'm just going to write here that we have a string that has a max length of 100 characters. Okay, you need to use varchar when you want to enforce a maximum length. Okay, so this is one more thing that you have learned. Now next thing, let's take a description, and for description I'm just going to take this one as text. Okay, so text is normally a string type. What else? So let's take maybe a stock count. So I'm just going to take this on a stock, and let's do this on a stock. Maybe let's give stock only, and I'll do this one as integer, and I'm just going to give a default value. Now you will be able to also give a default value, and this will be 0, right? So integer is going to store a whole number, right? So that means if stock should be a whole number, 0, 1, 2, 300, like that. It should not be 10.5 or 5.5. Okay, this is actually important when you're using integer. Then we have something called big int. So I'm just going to take a total property here, or let's do total views or something like this, and I'm just going to give this one as big int. And then here also I'm just going to give this one as a default value, which will be 0. Now what this big int means, that we want to store larger whole number than integer. So we want to store larger whole number than integer, right? Or we have integer, something like this. So now in most of the times you'll see that your integer will be more than enough. Then we have one more property that you need to understand. We have a price property, and this is called numeric. Okay, so I'll do numeric, and here I'm just going to give 10,2. Now what actually this is telling here, this numeric is actually useful for your exact decimal values. So when you are going to use decimal values, you want to take 1 minute. Okay, so you want to take numeric here. So this will be your exact decimal values. So what I mean by exact, so here we have 10. So 10 is what? 10 means your total digits. So 10 means total digits. And then you have 2. So 2 means here digits after the decimal point. After the decimal point. Okay, so let's say you have 999 something like this .99. Okay, so this is where you can take numeric. And then at the end we have the boolean. So let's say I want to take is active, something like this, is active. Let's do is active, and here I'm just going to take this one as boolean, and here you can also take a default value, and default value will be true. So this will be my default value, and this will be a boolean property. Okay, so this is how you can create. Now here we don't have that much things to understand, because these are very straightforward, whatever things we have done. Now let's see, let's write the queries also. So I'm just going to write the queries that I want to add some rows in this particular table. So how we can do that, we have already learned. So we can do insert, and let's do into, and we are going to do basics dot product basic, and here let's say I wanted to enter name. Then we have what? Description. Then we have the stock, then we have the total views, right? So I think we have taken the total views. Then we have the price, and then at the end we have the is active. So these all the things we want to render. And what we want to render, so we need to render the values, correct? And now let's say I wanted to add here, so let's add here something like this, product 1. Description, I'm just going to do product desk. Then we are going to give a stock count, which will be what? So this will be whole number. Then we have the total views. So what is total views? Total views is big int, so you can take anything like 100. Then you have the so after this, so let's take the price. So price will be numeric, right? So we can take something like 2455.65, and then we will take true. Okay, so these values I want to insert, and let's say now at the end you want to also get the values here, that how many rows or products that we have added. So to do this, what we can do, simply we can do a select, right? And then we'll do star. Now remember, I already mentioned all of this you can directly run from a PSQL command also, that I've already showed you all of this. But here I'm doing all of this at once. So I'll do basics dot product basics. So I'm simply telling that, okay, first create this table, insert this particular data, and then I'm going to get the data information. Now let's say you get one more requirement, that you need to write a query where you are only going to get the active products. You have to get only the active products, not all the products. Okay, so how you can do that? Now here you will see that we have a boolean column, that is active, right? This one, what you can do, right, you can directly use in our filters. So something like this, that where the field name which is active is equal to true, that is also valid. So let's see how we are going to do that. So here I'm simply going to do that. Okay, select ID, select name, select price, and select is active from, so you have to give from where, so place, so do basics dot product basics, this is the table name and this is the condition. Then you are going to tell where is active is true, that's it. So this is going to give you all this data where is active will be true. Now let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so I'm just going to clear this and let's run again. And here, so first I'm just going to rename, copy these, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, we are getting one error, insert into basic. Okay, something I think we have missed here, that is, okay, we have to give this and also we have to give here also. So now let's clear this and let's run once again. Alright, so now it's drop table, create table, one product is added, and you can see that you're getting the information here that this is the one product. So this is from where you're getting, this is the query, and then you're getting only one product where it is active, because for now we have only one product. If you want, you can add one more product, that I will also give you as a homework. Do one thing, instead of adding one product here, you can add multiple products, right? What you have to do in these values, right, instead of these you have to just give comma and then paste it one more time, and then you just close with the semicolon. You'll see that. And for the second one, just make this one to false, and then when you're going to run this, right, so here you're still going to get only one result, because that is only one product which will be true. I hope you're getting it. So try to do this one by yourself. But for now, for the basic data types, this is more than enough. So we have learned the ID one is the serial, which is our primary key. One is varchar, we have learned text, integer, big int, numeric, boolean. So with this, now let's move on to the next one, where we are going to understand some of the other data types that is also very important, that you can use in some situations based on your project requirements. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's create the next file, and this will be other data types .sql. Okay, so let's first create it. So I'm just going to do drop table if exists, and I'm just going to do again basics. This is our schema, and let's give this one as app events or something, and I'm just going to do create table, and I'll do basics dot app events. And here, first of all, what I will do, right, so we are going to create our ID as a UUID. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So what actually, first we need to understand what is UUID means. So it's a unique identifier type. Okay, and here, just like we have the serial, right, so this is not a simple 1 2 3 that you added 3 data and now you are adding the 4th data, so the ID will become 4. So what will happen, right, the values will look like a certain format. Okay, and how we are going to create it? So we have something called generate random UUID. Okay, which will going to create your random UUID automatically. So how we are going to do that? So here we have ID, and I'm just going to give this one as UUID, and here, so you're going to give this one primary key, and now you have to give a default, and in this default you have to give this one as gen, and then this will be random, and then you're going to do UUID, and this is going to create a unique UUID for this particular column. Okay, now next let's take, maybe we have an app event site, so let's take a event name. So I'll do event name, and this one I'm not explaining, so this is text, and I'm just going to do not null. And now what you're going to do, right, we'll understand one more new data type, which is called JSON-B. So what this JSON-B means, right, now this is going to store your JSON data, and this is going to store, if I'm not wrong, it's going to store in a binary format or binary optimized format. Okay, when you need to have some flexible structured metadata for that particular column, you should take this particular type. Okay, now I'm just going to have a metadata, and this metadata will be my type of JSON-B, and you're going to give a default value, and in this default value I'm going to tell that, okay, this will be my default value for this particular metadata, and this will be of type JSON-B. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now next, also I think timestamp we have already discussed, still let's take it. So I'm just going to do created at, and this will be a timestamp, and I'm just going to give a default, and this will be now, so it will be the current time. and I think this is done. So now this is going to create our table. So this will be our this app events table. So if I save this, and now let's go here, let's run this, and now let's copy this file name first. We'll do slowly, and then okay, so it's created the table. Now what I'll do, right, so let's go here, and then I'm just going to run this, and also I'm just going to move this one here, and then I'll be inside this, and here what I'll do, right, so we have the dt, and okay, so we need to, I think I always make this mistake, we need to do dt/dt, and we have to do basics because this is our schema dot star, and this is going to give you all the tables. So you can see that we have app events, just now we have created product, basics, and the student, and the same thing you can also check here also, right? If you go here and let's see if I refresh this, I don't know why this is this much slow, man, it's very irritating. See, so if I refresh this, right, you'll be able to see all the updated tables. So you have app events, and you can go here and you can explore all of this, whatever columns that you have created. Okay, id, event name, metadata, created it, that is fine. So now what I'm going to do, right, so first of all let's insert one of maybe let's insert two data here. So what I'm going to do, simply here only I'm just going to do, again we can do the same thing from here also. I'm repeating the same thing again and again. The reason why I'm adding, so that it will be easy for you to copy paste, or else what you need to do, right, if I write all of this directly in command line, not in this file, so when you download the source code, these queries will not be present. You are getting what I'm explaining here. So that is the reason I'm just writing all of this here. So I'm just going to do insert into, and I'm just going to do basics.app events, and here I'm just going to do the event name because we have the event name, and we have to add the metadata, correct? So you have the metadata, and here I'm just going to do values, and let's add. So here I'm just going to do maybe event, right? So maybe let's say sign up is one of the method, and here now you have to add a JSON, so this will be JSON property, and maybe let's say I'm just going to do sign up, and this user sign up from Chrome browser, something like this, and so this will be browser and this will be Chrome. Okay, so this will be your format. This is how you need to take it. Now let's say I'm just going to copy this and then comma paste, and then I'm just going to do sign in, and here I'm just going to do maybe browser. Instead of browser I'm just going to do username or whatever you want to take, user, and then I'm just going to take this one as Sangam. Okay, it can be anything. So this is now going to insert that into that particular app event table. So now to check it, I'm just going to do a select query star, and then I'm just going to do from, and then I'll do basics.app event. This is the table name. So first let's do this and let's run it once again. So here I'm just going to run this, and you can see that, so we have created this, inserted, and you can see that we are getting UID. This is the UID, this is the format that I'm talking about, this is the event name, sign up, and this is the metadata, and then you have the timestamp. Okay, and this is the second one for sign in. So what we are understanding, that whether it is creating the UID not, it's actually successfully created this UID. Now what you can do, right, you can also query these JSON properties also, or JSON field also. How? So now let's say maybe what I'm going to do, right, I have this browser, correct? So now this browser I wanted to check that what I wanted to do here, that I want to open my JSONB column named metadata, right? So we have given the metadata, right? And now here let's say I wanted to get the value of this browser as text. So how I'm going to do that? To do this, what you have to do, right, so you have to do select, and then I'm just going to give an event name, comma, now this is the important part, so you have to give metadata, and here you are going to give like this. So now this metadata, I'm simply telling that, okay, you have to find this browser property. Okay, so you're going to give this on browser, so it's going to find, and then I'm just going to do give me as browser. Then this is not it, because you have to always give your destination, that from where you are going to find this. So you have to give from table name, so do basics.app events, and here you are going to simply mention where metadata is browser. Okay, that's it. So what we are simply telling here, this metadata, this arrow browser means that you have to open this JSONB column named as metadata and get the value of the browser as text. Alright, so now let's test it. So first let's open this and I'm going to clear this, and also in the meantime let's do one thing, let's comment out this one. Okay, so I only wanted to check this part. So here what I'll do, let's sorry, not clear, let's run it once again, and you can see that what you're getting, we are getting sign up and you're getting Chrome. Okay, so now what is happening here, you're getting this sign up and this is Chrome. Why? Because we are clearly telling here that you have to open the JSONB column named metadata and you have to get the value of browser as text. So this is how you can do this. Okay, so this is about the other data types. Now next we have another very important, and that is how we are going to work with null, empty, string and zero value. Okay, so we have null, empty, string and zero value, and all three are not same. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first of all, I'm just going to do 06 maybe, and let's do null, empty, string, something like this, or let's do 0 also, 0.sql. Okay, so first of all let's clear this. I'll close everything else. So first we have null, right? So null means unknown or missing value. Next we have empty string. Empty string will be what? Known string value but no characters, or but it contains no characters. And then at the end you have the 0. So 0 will be your actual numeric value, right? So actual numeric value of 0. Okay, so let's create one more here. So I'm just going to copy, right, instead of rewriting. So copy this, paste it here, and this I'm just going to do value examples, something like this, and then I'm simply going to create. So to create table basics dot value examples, and here I'm just going to do, so now I'm doing little faster, I'm not already you have done multiple times. So do serial, so do primary key, and then after this maybe let's take what we can take, let's take a nickname. So do nickname, which will be text, and then I'm also going to take a bio, which also will be text, and let's take a score, and this one I'm just going to do integer. Okay, so we have these three, that's it. So now let's do one thing, what we are going to do right here, you have to understand that when we are going to insert the value, then you can clearly understand what is happening here, and I'm going to make these things very simple and easy to understand. So I'm just going to do insert, I'll do into, and I'll do basics dot value examples. So we have nickname, we have bio, it should be in that order, okay, and then we have score, correct, and then we are going to add values. Now you see what we are doing here. So for the first one, notice for the nickname I'm passing explicitly as null, okay, and then I'm just going to do here bio learning React.js, or maybe learning Postgres, right, and then I'm passing the score, I'll pass in 10. So this is my first one. Now here clearly I'm mentioning that nickname is null, nickname is null, right. Also let's move it here. So this will be the first one, first condition. Next what I'm going to do, right, give comma, and I'm going to add one more property, row here. Here I'm explicitly mentioning that nickname is empty string. See, I'm giving here empty string, and I'm just going to do empty nickname, and let's give 20. And then at the end what I'm going to do, right, so let's do here some names. I'm just going to do Sangam, and for the second one I'm going to pass empty, and here for this score I'm giving explicitly 0. So here what this is, this means the score is 0, this is not missing. There is a huge difference. Missing means it's a null value, 0 means you are telling that okay, he got 0 in the exam, so it's a real number. Okay, so this is the difference. And then you can also pass multiple as a null also. Let's say you are passing here one more here, that this guy is John and his bio is null and his score is also null. This also you can do. Okay, and this is done. So now this is going to add these 4. Now what we're going to do, right, first of all, let's say from this point, right, we have already done all the queries and everything multiple times. You should be able to write some of the basic queries. For example, now I want to query all these values from my DB. How I'm going to do that, or from that column? So it's very simple, right? I'm just going to do select star, save star, and then I'm just going to do what, from, so I have to give basics dot value examples. So this will be the first thing. So if I save this, and then let's say I'm just going to run it here, so this will be the null empty, sorry, and let's remove this, and you can see that these two null, this also, whenever you're getting empty or null, you're getting those columns are empty, right? So that means this is working fine. Now let's say you only want to check that maybe I want to check that give me the records where the nickname is only null. So how you can do that? So I'm going to comment it out here. So I'm just going to tell that, okay, select star from basics dot app, sorry, not app, value examples, and then here I'm simply going to do that where nickname will be what, is null, simply. So this is going to give me that, okay, give me from this table where the nickname is null. So this is going to give me all the examples where the nickname is null, and you can run it once again. So let's say if I just run it here, you can see that we have only one where the nickname is null. Okay, then you can also do, maybe let's say you want to see where the nickname is empty. So I'm just going to do, this will be a homework, that write one query to find where nickname is empty string. So this will be your homework. Okay, try to do it by yourself. Now let's say you want to check where the score is only 0. So to do this, you can do select star, so I'll do from basics dot value examples, and then you're going to do where score will be equal to what, 0. That's it. So this is going to give you where the column the score is 0, and if you run this here once again, and you can see that you're getting this, right? So that means this is working fine, and this is how you have to use. Now you also can use a reverse way, that you want to check where the nickname is not null. Okay, I'm going to repeat once again. You want to check where the nickname is not null. So how you can do that? Copy this exact thing, paste it here, and you're going to do is not null. Okay, so this is where it's going to give you the reverse result. So here I'm just going to do clear, and let's run once again. You can see that you're getting nickname is not null. Okay, now here okay, first we are getting 3, but for the first one it is null, right? How many you have added? Let me just check. Okay, we have added 4, correct. So it should be getting 3, because first one is explicitly null, second is not empty, so this is different. Okay, so here it's going to give you that where it is not null. I hope this is clear, right? So we are not going to use equal to null, we are going to use if not null, something like this. So I think this is all. What else? I think yeah. Okay, one more thing I wanted to mention. I think that part we have covered, right? The empty one we have covered, is null we have covered. Yeah, I think we have covered almost all the things. So try to practice this one, the reverse one, that when you want to check that if there is 10 products or 10 examples, that rows that are added in that particular table, so that can be 2 scenarios you can check. You want to check the products where it is null, so you're going to do where that particular key name is null. If you want to check the reverse, you have to give where the key name is not null. Okay, it's going to give you the reverse order. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Next one, we're going to understand what is constants. Okay, and this is also very, very important. All right, so moving to the next one, another important concept, which will be constants, right? Let's do this one as .sql. All right, so close this. So we have different column constants. Okay, so we have something like, I think we have already discussed not null, then we have unique, then you have default, then you have check, all this, right? Now these all are database rules. Now why this is very, very powerful? Because it's going to protect your data, and user will not be able to push wrong data to DB. You can do backend validation, because backend validation always you need to do it, but remember one thing, and this is also very important concept that you should know if you're a beginner. Let's say you are working in you are studying in college, that even though backend validations are good, but database constants are always stronger than backend validation. Why? Because that is going to directly protect the data. Even let's say you are writing a different app or a script, or developer, whatever they are doing, so you're understanding what I'm saying. So you have a backend logic or backend validation logic in your backend code. Now let's say you don't have any constants in your DB. Now if we can write in our DB in different ways, right? So what I mean by this, we can write in a different ways. You can write from your app. So let's say you are doing some API call, and API call is writing into your DB. You can also write data into DB using script, or directly developer can go to DB and they can write. Makes sense, right? Easily we can do it. But let's say if you have constant on the DB level, in all scenarios, if you're writing a wrong data, it's going to fail. So that is the reason backend validation, database constants are always stronger than backend validation. Doesn't mean that I'm telling that you don't have to write backend validations, you have to write, but both are equally important, but database constants are much stronger. Okay, whenever you'll be working with databases. So first let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do here, let me just copy from here. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and let's give this one name as basics dot, let's create accounts, and here I'm just going to do create table, and I'm just going to do basics dot accounts, and let's add ID. Let's give this one as primary. Let's add a full name. So I'm just going to do text, and this will be not null. Okay, so this is one of the constant. So not null means it's simply telling that full name is required, and Postgres is going to reject whenever you are going to insert, and we'll see that if the full name is missing. As simple as that. What else? I think unique we have already discussed, right? Still let's do it. So I'll do email, this will be text, and I'm just going to do not null, and this will be unique. And also we are going to give a default value, so I'm just going to do is_active, and I'm just going to do this one as boolean, and this will be default, and I'm just going to give this one as true. Okay, and check also we have discussed previously. So I'll do integer, and I'm just going to take a check, and here I'm just going to give age should be greater than or equal 18. Okay, and let's take the last one, which will be created at, and here I'll do this one as timestamp. We also have a timestamp z. There is one more property, and then we're going to take this one as now. Okay, so this is going to create our table. All right, now let's do some of the valid insert. Okay, so valid cases. So let's say I'm just going to do insert into so I'll do basics dot accounts. So we have full name, we have email, and let's do age. Is active we don't have to do because it's given as default, and I'm just going to do values, and I'm just going to add my name here, and let's give the email, and I'm just going to give the age, let's do 11. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this, and we are going to run this file. Okay, so let's copy this, and we'll go here, and then I'm just going to replace this. Okay, what is telling that no new row for relation wireless check constant account. Oh, see, we are already getting error. Fantastic, because we have given this one as 11, right? So it should be greater than 18, so we have to give this one as 20. All right, so it's already working, you can see that, and I didn't give this one intentionally, so I missed it. So now it should be able to, so you can see that it's working, right? And if you want to get it, the data, what you can do, simply do select start from, and you'll do basics dot accounts, right? And this is going to give you the information. Again, I'm repeating the same thing you can do from where? From your PSQL terminal also, right? So if you run this, you can see that you're getting one data. Fantastic, right? So now what you're going to do, right? So see what I mean, right? So you can directly do from your this PSQL also. So let's see if I clear this, and then I'm just going to go here, copy this. Okay, now inside this, let's say you want to get the data from this accounts table. So what you can do directly here, select star, and then you're going to do from, and you'll do basics, right, and then we'll do dot accounts. That's it. And if you enter here, you're going to get the same result. So now you're understanding why I'm not doing here all the things, because if you do here, you will not be able to get it from the source code. So here you will be able to see the exact queries, right? So that is the reason. But these are optional, these are not needed. I'm repeating these things so many times because some of you can be quite confused that why he is writing these queries inside this file. That is actually intentional. So I'll clear this. So this is working fine. Now let's say I'm going to give some invalid scenarios now. So what I mean by invalid scenarios, so that we can check. So first one will be, let's say I will be adding the email and age. I'm not going to add the full name. But if you see the rule, right, full name is not null, so that means we need to add it. So this should fail, and you'll see that it is going to fail. So I'm just going to comment it out for now. Copy this, comment it out, and then let's paste it here. And then I'm just going to remove the full name. I'm going to keep the email, and I will just give here missing name @gmail.com 20. And then if you try to run this, and you'll see that this is going to fail for sure. And you can see that this full name, null value in the column full name, relation accounts violates not null constant, correct? So this is another fail case scenario. What else? All right, so let's add one more case. So what we can do, right, maybe I'm just going to, okay, let's copy this, and I'm going to comment it here. Let's remove this comment, and I'm going to paste it one more time, okay, and see what we are doing here. So I have Sangam Mukherjee sangam@gmail.com, and I'm going to take duplicate email user, and I'm going to keep the same email. Maybe let's do this one as 23. So this also should fail. Why? Because we have two users with same email. Okay, so let's run this, and you can see that we have duplicate key for this unique, so account email key, and this is also another constant. Okay, so similarly you can check multiple scenarios here. For example, let's say we have already checked, right? So if you give the age less than 18, so it's going to fail. For example, let's say I'm going to do Sangam 1, but at the same time I'm going to make this one as 3, or maybe let's say 5, whatever you want to do. This is also going to fail, right? So let's say clear this and try to push, and you can see that what you're getting, the account age check constant. So this is failing. Why? Because the age is 5, and in the constant we have clearly given the check the age should be greater than or equal to 18. So this is the concept of constant. So this is how you need to use, right? So I think we have covered all the things, and one thing we need to understand, and that is some more about primary keys that we are going to discuss in the next part, and then we'll move to the part 2. Why? Because for part 1 we have almost covered most of the things and in details, right? I'm pretty sure you will not find this kind of explanation in paid courses also, because I'm explaining each and everything slowly, and once we'll do the practice, right, you'll be able to understand. You're not going to forget. You're not going to believe me that when I usually learn all these things, right, I took things very, very seriously. Even if I learn all these things 5 years back, right, the way I've learned things, I never memorized these things, right? So maybe there is a possibility that I won't be able to recollect the let's say the syntax and everything, because it's not possible for everyone to remember everything, right? But once I'll see once, right, maybe let's say 5 years back I've done SQL, I'm just giving an example, and after 5 years I need 2-3 days, and I'll be able to again implement project from the next day. So this is how you need to learn all these things. So with this, now let's move to the next one. All right, so let's finish our part 1 with a little more concept that we are going to cover, that is on primary keys. Okay, so let's create primary keys.sql. I think this one we've already discussed, that primary key is going to denote that it uniquely identifies each row in a table. Okay, now if you don't have any primary key, what are the things that will become difficult? Now these can be interview questions also. So if you don't have primary key, it becomes harder to update, delete, do any kind of reference, or even if you want to connect to a specific row to rows in other tables. All these things can be very, very tricky. Okay, so that means there has to be something unique in each and every row, so that you'll be able to identify that particular row, which is what your primary keys is going to do. Okay, so here now let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do drop table. I'm just going to create a simple table, and I'm just going to do if exist. So let's do basics dot what you can do, maybe let's do courses, or maybe let's do sales. Then I'm just going to do create, table, and I'm just going to do basics.cells. And here I think we've already discussed, I'm not explaining because we've already covered. So we have an ID which is a serial, and this will be my primary key. Okay, and then let's say you want to do title, sorry, sales name, maybe let's do a title or whatever you want to take. So I'm going to take text, this will be not null. And what else you can take, maybe let's do one price property, sales price, and I'm just going to do this one as numeric. So let's do 10,2, and here I'm just going to do this one as not null, and also I'm going to give a default value of 0. And let's take one more which will be created at, so this will be timestamp, and I'm going to do default, and this will be now. Okay, now let's add some value here. So I'm just going to do insert into basics.cells. So what are the things we have? We have the title and the price, and let's add here some values. So let's add maybe sale 1, and I'm just going to do sale 200. Let's give comma, so I'll do sale 2, and let's give this one as 500, something like this. Okay, this is done. So save this and let's run it here. So I'm just going to clear, rename, copy this, and then I'm just going to run it. So it's going to create that table. All right, fantastic. So now let's say first of all I wanted to check that what I have here. So I'm just going to do select star from, so do basics.cells. Save this and let's run once again. So you have two data. Okay, so if I do 1 and I do 2. So till this part this is fine, right? Now what you can do, right, we can also query based on the ID. So now let's say you only wanted to see the data of ID 2. So I can simply do here select star, and you can do from, you'll do basics.cells, and here you have to give where your ID will be equal to 2. So this is going to give you the second information, second row information. So if you clear and run this, you're going to get only 1. Okay, now one thing is very important. Now let's say I'm going to give an invalid scenario here. So let's do one thing, right? What we are going to do, maybe okay, let's do one thing. Let's keep this one like this and let's comment it out, and I'm going to insert one more data here. Okay, so I'm just going to do here, let's copy this only from here, paste it, and I'm just going to do insert into basic dot codes, sorry, cells, and here I'll do ID, title and price. All three things I'm adding. In the values, let's, I'm going to add only one value, but see what I'm doing. In the ID, I'm giving a duplicate ID. So here I'm giving 1. Why? Because see, if you notice here, this one ID will be automatically created before only. So here I'm just going to giving a duplicate ID, and you'll see that this is going to fail. Okay, so I'll do duplicate ID, something like this. And if you now save this, right, and see what will happen. So I'm just going to clear this, run it, and you can see that you have a duplicate key value violates unique constant cells primary key. Fantastic. Key ID equal to 1 is already exist. So this is a proof that your primary key will be always unique, and primary key is going to denotes that okay, this is my unique identifier for each row in a certain table. So with this, the first basic things we have covered. I think we have learned a lot of things. These things are very, very important. Without these, we can't move to the next section. So with that, now let's move on to the part 2. Okay. Alright everyone, so now it's time to start on the part 2. So what actually you're going to cover in the part 2? So part 2 will be more on SQL basics and the concepts we are going to cover. For example, let's say what is the concept of, so I think insert we have already covered. Still we are going to cover insert, single row, multiple rows, how you are going to select specific columns, where and basic filters. Then you have and, or, not, right, like, I like, so many things are there. So all those things we are going to cover in this part 2. So for this one, what we are going to do, right, we'll be having a setup file. So what this setup file is going to do, this setup file is going to create the table, and based on this particular setup file, whatever concept that we are going to cover in the next section, we are going to use this particular table as a base table. Okay, and the reason is very simple. So I'm going to show you. If you search on Google, right, PostgreSQL, Mac and everything, you'll see that it has a lot of issues also, and it's extremely slow. I don't know why. I think if you're using Windows, right, you will not face this issue. So what I'm trying to explain, that if you want to visualize all those data from your Postgres also, you can easily do that. But as I already mentioned, that we are going to use a terminal only, or let's say our PSQL command line, which is much better. I will say which is better because it will give you much more better idea how we can write commands and everything. So first let's start with create. So I'm just going to do this one as 00, or let's do 01 underscore, and I'm just going to do SQL concepts base file. Okay, so I'll do base file dot SQL. Alright, so first let's create some of the tables and everything, and for this one I'm not going to explain each and everything because some of the things we have already covered. So let's start with first. I'm just going to do create extension spelling, okay, it's correct. So I'll do if not exist, and I'm just going to take pg crypto. So after this I'm just going to do a drop table if exist. Let's give this one as products, and then let's create our table. So I'm just going to do create table, and I'll do this one as products. Okay, now let's see what are the things that we are going to take. So first let's take ID, and remember all these properties that we are going to take, right, you have to recollect, because whenever we are going to cover the next concept, we are going to use this table as a base table. So I'm just repeating this thing multiple times, this is important. So we are going to take this one as UID, and I'll take primary key. Let's take default, and for this one I'm just going to do gen random UID. I think this we've already covered. Next let's take a name property. So name, I'm just going to take this one as text, not null. Next let's take a category. So these also I'm going to take as text, not null. Let's take a price. So for price I'm just going to do this one as numeric, and these I'll do 10,2, not null, and let's give a check. So for check I'm just going to do price has to be greater than or equal 0. Okay, so this is one check I'm giving. Then let's take a stock. I'm just going to do this one as integer, not null. I'll do default. Let's give default as 0, and check. So here also I'm just going to give the stock also has to be positive, so it will be greater than or equal 0. Then let's take a is active, which will be boolean, not null also, and then I'm just going to do a default, which will be true. Okay, let's take a skew property, and I'm just going to do this one as text, but for this one I'm going to take this one as unique. So for every product there has to be one skew which will be unique. Then let's take a description. This will be text, and at the end we are going to take created underscore at, and let's take this one as timestamp, not null, and I'll do default. Let's give the current time. Okay, so these all the properties that we are going to have, or all the columns for this particular table. Okay, so first let's save this and let's see if this is working or not. So first what I'm going to do, right, let's copy this. Alright, so now let's paste it here. So what we have done, the same command, we just had to go to part 2, and then this is the first file, and then run, and you see that this is going to create the table. And then I'll just do clear, and let's go here and let me quickly refresh this. See how much slow this is. I think they have created this one using Electron framework. This is what I'm thinking, and there must be some issue in the Mac especially. And if you go to public, and then let's go to table, so you can see that we have products, and if you go to columns, and you're going to see all these columns, right? So this is the columns that we have created. Fantastic. So now what I will do, right, so let's insert some of the data first. So here I'm just going to do insert into products. So what are the things you have to do? So you have the name, we have category, we have price, we have stock, we have is active, skew, and also you have description. So these many things we need to add, and then I'm just going to take this one as values, and then I already have some data that I've created. Okay, this is the data that I wanted to add here. So copy this, and after this I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this is what we are going to add. So now also let's do one thing, let's run this command so that you can see that if these data are present or not. So this is just a simple select command. So I'll do select star from products. Save this, and then we are going to run once again. See that we are already getting the data here, right? So this is all the data. So now what we need to do, right, using this data, now we are going to understand all the concepts one by one. So let's clear this and let's start with the first one. So first will be, I'm just going to do 0 to, although with this one we have already done, but I just wanted to still do this one more time. So I'm just going to do insert single row dot SQL. So how we are going to do insert single row? I think this you have already know. So we just have to do insert into the table name. So you have products, correct? And then you have to give all the properties. So just now we have done, so you have name, we have category, we have price, we have stock, we have SKU, and also let's say I wanted to add description. Okay, so these many things we have, right? Why is active is not needed? Because we have a default value here. Okay, these also have, but let's say I wanted to, so what will happen, right? If you don't add this is active, it will automatically take that one as true. So this is done. So now what we need to do, so let's add values, and then let's add all the values that we wanted to add. So here also one more thing, that each value that we are going to add, that always should match, or must match the column that we have added in the above. This is also very important. So let's, I'm just going to do here laptop stand, comma, category, let's give this one as maybe electronics, then I'll give comma, let's give a price of 5,000 dot 00. Then after this I'm just going to give stock of, let's say, 23. Then I'm just going to do a SKU. Now this will be important. Okay, so let's see what are the SKU that we are using. You see all this SKU that we are using here, electronics key 001, like this. So here maybe I'm just going to do electronics, which one we can do, electronics key 002, something like this. If it is you're giving wrong, or if it is not unique, then it's going to fail. So here I'm just going to do electronics key 002. Then I'm just going to give a description. So let's give this one as laptop stand description. Okay, so this is done. So now first of all, what are you going to do, right? So I'm just going to run this command. So first I'll copy this, rename this, sorry, not rename, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to run this here. Again, I already mentioned you can run the same thing in your PSQL also. Okay, we are getting no, why? Oh man, I have to put this one inside. So let's try once again. So you can see that inserting is done. So now this will be your homework from this part, because we have already covered. Now let's say I only wanted to check that if this data is present or not, right? So here what I need to do, so let's say I'm just going to do select star, then I'm just going to do from, I have to give these products, and then I need to check. So I need to give a where the SKU will be what, the SKU that I have given here, because this is always unique. So this is going to give me the correct information always, right? And if I save this, and let's say if I run it here, so it should give me that particular result, right? What is syntax error? Or you have to give this, sorry, my bad. Save, clear, and let's run again. And you can see that what you are getting, duplicate key violates this one, this is already exist. Okay, this we have already added, my bad. So here we just have to comment it out, save it, and now let's run it again, and then you're going to get one result. Okay, so you can see that you're getting this result. So you have this UID laptop stand electronics 5023, this is true, this is your SKU 002 laptop stand description, this is your timestamp. So that means this is working fine. You're getting why you got that particular error, because we've already added this, and then we try to run this particular command, but in before it's try to execute this particular query once again, and then it check that okay, there is a key that is already present, because we've already done this one in the before, right? So that is the reason you have to comment it out, and then you have to do here. Now let's say you want to do like this. Let's say you want to check that I wanted to check if something is present with electronic key 003 or not, right? And let's say I'm just going to clear this, and you have to run it once again, and you will see that we don't have any row. But the moment I'm going to execute this one here once again, let's say I'm just going to change this one to 003, and let's do this on a laptop stand 03, and rest all let's keep it same, and we'll see that what will happen, right? It's going to do two things. First, it's going to execute this, and at the same time it will be giving me the updated data with this particular SKU. So let's say now I'm just going to run it once again. Okay, why you are getting 0 rows? Okay. Oh, you have to save this. See, this kind of mistake I'll do. You have to save this file and let's run once again, and you can see that you are getting one data, and this is the SKU just now you have created. Okay, so this will be inserting a single row. Now inserting multiple rows. Now multiple rows are again very simple, but still I wanted to show one interesting thing, that how you can query multiple data when you're going to add multiple how you're going to query multiple data from DB when you're going to insert multiple data into DB. Okay, so here let's do one thing. I'm just going to do 03 and I'll do insert multiple rows dot SQL. Again, this will be the same thing, so you have to do insert into products, and here I'm just going to do this one as name, category, price, stock, then you have SKU, and then you have description, correct? And then I'm just going to take values, and here what I will do, right, I'm going to add multiple here. Okay, so I'm just going to do laptop stand 5. Let's give this one as electronics. Let's give some data. Let's give this one anything, and here I'm just going to do electronic laptop 100, something like this. And then I'm just going to do laptop stand 5 desk. So give comma, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. This will be laptop. So copy once again, and then I'm just going to paste it 3 times. And let's do this one as 006. And then I'm just going to do 101, and this will be laptop 6. Let's do this one as laptop 7 and change this one 102, and I'm just going to do 7. Okay, I'm just keeping all the same, which is fine. And then I'm just going to close this, and now what I'm going to do, right, this is going to insert all these 3 data. Now I wanted to check all this data that I've added just now, multiple data. So how you can do that, right? So you do select. Let's see, I'm just going to take name, I need category, I need price, I need stock, and also I need SKU. Now what you need to do, you have to always give the from destination, from where. And now I wanted to give, okay, where SKU. Now we have to give in. Okay, so in is going to give you the or allow you to add multiple points that you wanted to query. For example, I wanted to check where the SKU is this, so you can add it here. Then you have to give comma, and then you wanted to check this data also, and then you also wanted to give this 102 also. So what this is going to do, so this is going to insert all these 3, and at the same time this is going to give you the information back, right? So let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to close this, clear this, run this here. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, and you can see that you are getting all 3. So you're getting only name, category, price, and SKU, and here you're getting all 3. Now these 3 are the newly data. How this is giving? This is giving the based on SKU, because SKU is unique here. Okay, so this is the concept of inserting single row query, inserting multiple rows, and how you can query. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's create one more file, and I'm just going to give this one as select specific columns versus select start. That we have already done, right? So I'm just going to do versus select starts, select start dot SQL. Okay, so what I mean by this, so first of all, what is select star? Select stars is going to return every column for every product, as simple as that, right? Now if you're a beginner, I think we have already covered select star from this particular destination, and that is very easy. But when your application will grow, let's say you're creating actual production level application, what actually you should do, right? Or maybe there can be some specific scenarios where you only want to use specific columns, or you want to get specific columns, not you want to return each and every column. Consider it's possible, 100% possible, that there is a particular table that has 100 columns. I'm just giving an example, okay? And you don't want to return all the 100 columns every time. So this is where we have something called select specific columns concept. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So first of all, I'm just going to write comment here that, okay, select star is going to return every column, so it returns every columns, and then we have something called select specific columns. So you have select specific columns is going to return the columns that I want. So first of all we have select, so I'll do star from, and then I'm just going to do this one as products, right? So this is going to give me every single information or every single products that I have. So if I save this, now let's run it first. We'll do one by one, and let's copy this, paste it here, and then if I enter, so it's going to give me empty product, okay, whatever that we have added here, that's fine. Now what I need to do, right, I only want to get certain columns only, although this part we've already covered, so I'm just going to comment it out. Let's do select. So I only want to get name, I only want to get category, I only want to get price, and I only want to get the stock of this individual product. And then you have just to do from, and then you're going to give product. So this is going to give you only the 4 columns that you need, as simple as that, right? So again run it, and you can see that you are going to get only 4 columns, and it's very clean, right? You can see that. Now for example, that can be possibility that you only want price column, so you just have to pass price here, right? So for example, let's say you only want price, okay, so save this, and let's clear this and run it once again, and you're only going to get price. Makes sense, right? So this is how you have to select specific columns. Now what I need to do, right, you can also add aliases. Now aliases actually are very useful, and you'll see that in many applications developers will use aliases. So aliases is going to do this, right? So aliases is going to help you to understand the output column name much better way. So okay, so I'm just going to do aliases creates, no, I'm just going to do as. So this is, we have something called as, this is sort, this is in sort as aliases. So I'm just going to do as creates an aliases, okay, for the output of that column name, right? And what is the advantage? No, definitely aliases will be makes the column name easier to read. How we can do that? Simply we are going to do select, and let's say I wanted to get name, but I wanted to get this name column as, you can give any name you want, product name. So now I'll be able to, now you might counter me, okay, when we have created this table, we can definitely give this one as product name. Absolutely yes, you can do that, but there can be situation where actually want to use this as aliases, okay? There can be so many situations can occur. Now let's say I want to give here price, I want to get the price, but I wanted to get the price as my selling price, okay, or I wanted to get my stock, and stock will be my how many available quantities are there. So I'll do available quantity, and then always you have to give your destination, so you have to give from products. So if I save this, also let's comment it off here, save this one, and see that what will happen. You are going to get the exact details. Or syntax error as okay, something we have done, or maybe I haven't given comma. See, so I have to give comma here. So save this, and then if I clear this, and let's run it once again, so you're going to get now product name, this column name is not changed, this is a selling price, and this is your available quantity, and you're going to get as many details, sorry, as many columns you have, that stays same. Only thing is your column name aliases now changed to the name that you want, okay? So this will be the concept of your select specific columns that we have already discussed here, and then also how you can use aliases. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. So next one, maybe what we can do here, I think where we have already discussed, right? Where means I'm talking about this one, this. So where is actually we usually use for our basic filtering, but still let's do one more time so that we will understand this one much better way. So I'm just going to do this one as where basic filter, .sql. Okay, so first of all, let's say I wanted to get couple of things, that I wanted to get the products from one particular category. And now why this is helpful, and let's say you're creating e-commerce website and you want to have a API call where these will be products, and let's say you have a category and this category will be electronics. You're getting what I mean? So I only wanted to get all the categories of this electronics, right? So all electronics category products. This is where your filter is very helpful. Okay, now what actually where helps, so this is going to reduce the rows returned by a particular query. Now let's see how I'm going to do this. Now you have to try to do this all by your own. For example, let's say I wanted to get select, I wanted to get the name, I wanted to get the category, I wanted to get the price, and I wanted to get from products. Definitely this is the table, but now I'm just going to give okay where the category should be equal to electronics. So you don't want all these products, right? Only one products where the category is electronics, and this is going to give you all the electronics products. So let's copy this, the name, and let's run it here. Okay, so now you can see you're getting name, category, and these all are your electronics products. You may also confirm this just if I go here, let's say you have furniture, you can see the office chair, and you can see this office chair is not coming here. Okay, so that means this is working. Now I'm going to give you some of the homework, or maybe I'm going to do here also, but try to do by yourself, that you have to give you have to find some products where the price is greater than 1000, and it's very simple. So what you can do, you can again do select, I want to get the name of the product, I wanted to get the price of the product, I want to get from my products table, but I wanted to give a basic filter that where the product price has to be what, greater than 1000. That's it. And if you run this, you're going to get result, and you'll see that you're going to get where the price is greater than 1000. So this is another situation, right? And the same way you can do other also. Now let's say you only wanted to get where the is active is false, correct? So let's see if we have any is active false or not. So we have true, we have one false item. Okay, fine. Then so let's say I'm just going to comment it out, that I'll give that find products which are not active. So here I'm just going to do a select, you give name, give me is underscore active from products, and here you have to give what, you have to give where is active will be what, equal to false, right? And this is going to give you where it is false, and just run it here. Right, see, you're getting old monitor, and this is the product. So this is how you can make use of your where filter. So I think this will be more than enough. Now moving to the next one. Next, let's understand one more. So I'm just going to do 06, and let's give this one as and or not. These all are very important. Okay, these all are also filters, all three. So let's close everything else. Okay, first one, what is and? I think this is universal concept, right? Ands mean every condition must be true, right? Then you have or, at least one condition must be true. And then you have not. So not will be your reverse condition, right? Reverse or exclude, I'm going to say a condition. So let's say how this will work. Now let's say I wanted to make a filter, or I wanted to create a filter which is going to return my electronics product. Okay, but if the price is greater than 100, so I'm going to repeat once again, that give me the products where it is electronics product, it is electronics product, but the price has to be greater than 1000. So this is the query that I need to write. So how I can do that? Here you have a and condition. Why? Because both these condition has to be true. It has to be electronics, and at the same time it has to be price has to be greater than 1000. Makes sense, right? So that means if I try to do here select, give me name, give me category, price from products, Now I have to give where the category is equal to electronics, and now I have to give here a AND filter. Okay, so I'm just going to do AND, let's do this one as price has to be greater than 1000. Okay, so this is going to give you all the data that satisfy this condition. Now let's go one by one, I think, right? So we have electronics. So this USB-C cable, this should not come here. Why? Because this is electronics, but this is less than 1000. So let's see what is happening here. So I'm just going to save this, go top, let's clear this, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and let's say how many data we are getting. Alright, so you can see that you are getting 5 rows. Now if I just do this one as, let's do this one as 100, and you'll see that this will increase for sure, because now the condition is separate, right? So I'm just going to run here. So you're getting 6 rows. So USB-C cable, this is also coming, right? So this is the concept of AND filter. Now how you can use OR filter. Now see, these things are right, not that much difficult to understand, right? You can do only once. I can guarantee you'll be able to apply in a real project also, and that is the reason you'll think that why these kind of videos are very important. Like if you're watching this video, you can watch any kind of complicated project videos, but if your basics are clear, right, you don't have to watch those videos also. You'll be able to create project by yourself. For example, let's say you don't know the concept of where and AND PostgreSQL, and you started a AI project on YouTube that using PostgreSQL. You can do that, but learning concepts are very much important, and how you're going to apply those concepts in a real project, that is the main skill. So now here I'm just going to commit it out. Now let's give one more filter here, that what I'm going to do, right? Maybe let's do that you have to give me products, right, where category is electronics, and let's see what else we have. We have electronics, and let's do furniture, both. Sorry, category is electronics, or this can be furniture, right? So give me the products where the category is electronics, or it can be furniture. It can be either. So now I'm just going to do select. So I'll give name, category, price, and I'm just going to give from the destination products. Now what you will do, so you'll do where the category has to be either it is electronics, and now we have to give a OR condition here, right? So I'm just going to do, okay, this can be OR, so OR category can be furniture also. Okay, that's it. So now this is a OR condition. So now let's run it once again. So you're getting both electronics and furniture. Fantastic. So this is about the AND and OR. Now let's understand some NOT condition, right? NOT is going to exclude a particular condition. So now maybe let's do one thing, that I wanted to return some products that are not in a maybe let's say stationery category, something like that. So let's say how many categories we have. We have a stationery category here. You can see 2 products are there. So what I'm trying to do here, that I wanted to get all the products where it is not stationery, right? So it's exclude condition. So here I'm just going to do, okay, give me name, also give me only category. So you're using selective field column logic here that we have discussed here, select specific columns. Also, if you notice one thing, that every time we are going forward with different concept, we are trying to apply the previous concept that we have learned. For example, we have learned select specific columns, and you can see that we are applying that concept. This is the learning that I always mention in all my other videos, that when you are learning incrementally, right, or gradually, every time you're going to learn a new concept, see if any of the concept from the previous thing you can apply there or not. That is the real learning that you can do. Okay, so here this will be select name and category. So I'm just going to do from products, and here what you need to do, we have to do where, and then I'm just going to do what, not. Okay, so this is negate, it's a exclude condition, and I'm just going to do category is equal to, so let's say maybe let's do furniture only. So I'm simply telling that where the category is not furniture, you have to return me those products. So now let's run this again, and you can see that you are getting electronics, stationery, but you are not getting furniture. If you change this one to stationery, you'll see that you're going to get, now you're not going to get stationery here. Okay, you can see you're getting category and furniture. So this will be your not condition. Now maybe let's do one more, right? So let's do little complex. that what you can do, right, you can also use parentheses. Okay, now for example, let's say I want to do something like this. I wanted to write one query. Let's see if you're able to understand or not. So I'm just going to take that. Okay, I'm going to get name, I wanted to get category, I also wanted to get price, I also wanted to get stock also this time. From, I think this, you know, from products. Now I wanted to do, right, so give me where. Now I have to give a parenthesis. Parenthesis is nothing but it's going to, if you're writing a complex logic, it is much easier to understand, and it is also safe. So here I'm just going to give, okay, category is equal to electronics, and here I'm just going to, or these can be, so I'm just going to do category can be also furniture. Okay, and then I'm going to give another AND condition here. So I'm just going to do, okay, and let's give stock has to be greater than 0. That's it. Okay, so this is another we can apply here. So if I run this once again, and you can see that you're going to get all this, right? So you're going to get either it is electronics or it is furniture where the stock is greater than 0. Okay, now I think this is done. What else? So maybe I think this I'm thinking to write one more. No, I think this should be enough, or let's write one more here. So I'm just going to give one real world example. Okay, so let's do select, let's do name, price, stock, and I'll do is active. Now I wanted to give is active also. So I wanted to give from products, and now I'm just going to do where is active should be equal to true, right? So it will be true, and at the same time, so I'm just going to do and the price is less than 1000, or the stock can be greater than or equal to 100. See, I just wanted to explain what, you know, by writing all this, that you can do anything, any combination. You have to understand the concept. So first you tell me that you give me all the active products where the price can be less than 1000 or stock has to be greater than or equal to 100. So this is also going to give you the result here. So let's see if I run once again, and you can see that what you're getting. You notice in all here stock is actually greater than 100 and also it is less than 100. Why? Because they're using an OR condition. Here the price is actually 100, so it's actually satisfying this condition. Price has to be less than 1000. Okay, so that is the reason you're getting this particular combination. But what you need to see, you have to see that this is active is actually true for all. Okay, so this is how you can make use of this AND, OR and NOT filter. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Okay, so I'm just going to create one more file, and let's give this one name as like, I like, and also let's give this one as patterns.sql. Okay, so let's understand these, some of the pattern matching that we can use. These are also very, very important. So one, we have like. Okay, so this like is nothing but this will be case sensitive pattern match. Okay, then you have something called I like. Okay, this will be case insensitive pattern match. Okay, then you have something called I don't know how to say, I think percentile. I think this will be percentile only. Percentile means this will be I think any number of characters. Yes, so this will be any number of chars, okay, or characters, whatever you want to write. And then you have we also have this, I think, underscore. Sorry, this underscore will be means exactly one character. So this will be exactly one character. Okay, so let's see. So first I wanted to do something like this. Okay, let me go here, and I'll see that I have this wireless product. Okay, so I wanted to find some product where the name will start with wireless. Okay, so let's how we are going to do that, and then I'm going to explain. So I'm just going to do here select. I wanted to get name and price both, and then first of all we need to do from products, and now I will give that where the name like. Okay, so the name like, so here I'm using a pattern, and I wanted to give here that this will be wireless. Okay, and when I'm going to give this right here, so this means, so this after means anything can come after it. Okay, this percentile after wireless means this percentile we have, right? So this is after wireless text, so this means anything can come after that. Okay, I will just write it here. So the percentile, percentage whatever after wireless means anything can come after it. Okay, so let's see how this is happening. So save this and I'll go here. Let's clear this. We'll do one by one, and then I'm just going to rename, copy this. Let's remove this. Okay, so here you can see that what you are getting. Okay, something we are getting. Okay, syntax error is there. Okay, got it. To give this, oh, we have to remove this. I've given in the wrong place. So let's run once again. Clear. Okay, see, so now you're getting wireless mouse, and it makes sense, right? Because we have only one product. All right, now what this line, you understand that this anything can come after it. So this is what I'm talking about. So anything can come after wireless, but this is going to do that matching. Okay, next let's do one more example. That, okay, let's see how many products we have. What else? Maybe let's do something with this desk. Okay, so I wanted to find some product where the name contains desk. Now what this I like is going to do, as I already mentioned, this is a case insensitive, means it's usually going to ignore any kind of uppercase or lowercase differences. So what I mean by this, what is like how we understand that this is going to ignore. So for example, let's say this is going to match with desk, this is also going to match with desk. So you can see that this is capital, this is small, and this is also going to match with desk. You're getting, right? So this is what we are talking about, case insensitive. So let's how this is happening. So I'm just going to do name. Let's also take category now, and I'm also going to do price, and here I'm just going to do again from products, and now I'm just going to do where name. Now you have to do I like. Okay, very important, and you just have to give, this will be desk. Okay, so this is going to do this particular match. So now let's save this and run once again, and we'll see what is happening here. Okay, so you're getting a standing desk, and I think we have only one, so this is the standing desk. Okay, so you have learned these two, I like, sorry, like and I like. Okay, so let's write one more here. So maybe you can do, right? So you can also search across multiple columns. So for example, let's say, let's go here, and maybe we'll take this example. Okay, let me just check. Okay, so this is good. So we have chair in this name also, and let's see, you have chair in this description also. So you can check in both the columns. Okay, so for example, let me just comment it out here, this one and also this one. So we'll just do select, let's do name, category, and also I'm just going to take the description also. Okay, and here I'm just going to do from, and I'll do products, and now first of all I will do where the name. So here I'm just going to do I like, and I'm just going to give this one as, so I wanted to take chair, right? So I'll do chair, and then what you can do, right, you can give a or. Okay, now this one we have already discussed in the previous part. So you can do or the description I like, and then you have to give the pattern that you wanted to match. For example, I wanted to check the chair word only, so this is how you need to check with multiple columns. Okay, so let's save this, and we'll go, let's run this, and you can see that you are getting office chair, and this is also comfortable chair. So this both you have. So this is how you can make use of like, I like, and percentile. Okay, so now maybe let's move on to the next one. What else we have? Let me think. Okay, we also do in, not. I think in we have already covered in some previous parts, but still let's do it. So I'm just going to create one more. So I'm just going to do 08. So let's do here, let's give in, we also have to not, and also, sorry, we have in, not in, and between this. So we'll do in, not in, and also let's do between. This also important, between also we have to understand. Okay, so first let's start with in. So in will be in simple way, value, that value you want to check that must match one item from the list. Simple. So here value must match one item from the list. So this will be in. Next you have not in. So what actually not in? So this will be value must not match. By the name only you can understand, right? So this will be value must not match any item from the list. And then you have something called between. Okay, this is also important. So between will be value must be inside particular range, because from the name only you can understand. So this will be value must be between, or I'm just going to write in a better way, this will be inside a range. Okay, so now let's say what we are going to do, right? So in the previously we have done what, that we are checking, right, that if the category is electronics or the category is furniture, here we can use in instead of doing that. How? So now let's say I'm just going to do select name, give me category, and also give me the price from products, right? Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to check where the category in. So previously we've done, okay, category is equal to these or category equal to that, like that. But here I'm just going to do give me in. So that means these value must be one of that value that I wanted to check. So value can be either electronics or the value can be either furniture. I hope this is clear. This is not that much difficult to understand, simple. Okay, so this is where you can use this in. So clear this and let's run it here. Okay, right, so you're getting electronics and furniture. Stationery you are not getting. Okay, so now you can also double check this one. Maybe let's say I wanted to check this stationery and I wanted to remove this electronics, right? Save this and you're only going to get now stationery and furniture. So you're getting furniture and stationery. All right, so this will be in, very easy to understand. Next, what else we have? We have not in. Not in is, again, it's going to exclude multiple values. Means I wanted to return all the products that are not electronics, not furniture. So that means what? If it is not electronics, not furniture, means it is only going to give me stationery products. So how we can do that? So we'll do name category from products, and now you have to give me where the category not in. Okay, and then you are going to give, okay, you want to check that, okay, this has not be has to be only stationery. I'm talking opposite, so it has to be only stationery. It don't have to be electronics, and also it should not be furniture. So you're excluding both, and here the part is important, that is not in. And if you run this, so you're only going to get the stationery product, right? See, so you're getting only stationery product, simple. So this is about the not in. What else we have? We also have the between. Between, how we can check? Now let's say I wanted to check on the price, that give me all the products where the price is between 100 to 2000, something like that. So it will be in that bit range, right? So in that case we can check that. So now here you can also use and, that if it is greater than 100, less than this, like that. But these this in, not in, between are very useful once you'll start using all of this. So I'm just going to do this one as price. I'll do from products, and what you have to give, you have to give where you want to check the property. So I am to check the price property, and this will be between, and now you have to give, okay, 100 and, see, we are using and 2000. So it will give me in that range only. So now also this is also important, this is going to include 100 and 2000 if I'm not wrong. So let me just quickly check. So include means it's not like from 101 and 1999, it is also going to add 100 and 2000 also. So let me just check that, will this include 100 and 2000 also? I think yes, just confirm. Okay, right, so this is, see, it is like where, right, it is similar to where price is greater than equal to 100 and price is less than or equal to 2000. So that means this is also going to add, sorry, this is going to keep 100 and 2000 also. Makes sense, right? So now if you run this, you can see that you are getting 100, see, all three, 3999 and 1299. So it will be in that range, but again I'm repeating, this is also going to include 100 and 2000. Important. So I think this is done. Next, let's comment it out. What else is left? I think we have covered all three, right? Now we can, let's do one more combination. So let's say I'm just going to get name, category, price and stock from products. Now I'm just going to do where the category in, so give me electronics and maybe let's say stationery product, and then I'm also going to do here and price between 100 and 1500 or whatever you wanted to give, 1499, something like that. you're getting how we are combining all of this, all the concepts that we are learning so far. And if you run this, so clear this and run it here, you're going to get all this result here. Okay, so this is how you have to do it. In stationary, I think we don't have. Let's see if stationary, if it is 100 and 1499, so this is 99 in stationary. So if I make this one to 10, so it should give me stationary also, if I'm not wrong. So clear this and run once again. Now you're getting stationary also, because both are less than 100. Okay, so this is about in, not in, and between. All three that you have learned so far in this particular file are actually very important. So now what else we have? We also have something called null filtering, and I think we have already covered that, null and not null, but still it is important, so let's not skip this. So I'm just going to do this one as null. Let's do and what I'll do is not null, something like this, is not null dot SQL. So here, first of all, null filtering means, again, null means very important, means missing value or unknown value, something like this. Okay, so here what we need to understand, right, that when you're going to check, you should not check with null, you should not check null using equal to null. So what I'm talking about, that you should not check null using equal to null, you should not do that. So correct is, what we need to do, either we need to check is null or we have to check is not null. Okay, so this is the important part here. Now let's say here what we need to check, that I wanted to get all the products where the description is missing. I'm just giving an example. Okay, now here we have to see that this doesn't mean the empty string, that means that no value is present for that particular description property. So here, so I'll do select, let's say select name comma description from products, and here I'm just going to do where the description is null. Okay, so simply telling that description is not present. So let's run this. Okay, so clear this, and I'm just going to copy here and let's run it here. Okay, so you can see that USB-C cable and gel pen. So let's see what is happening here. So you can see that we have null here. Okay, and for this also we have null here. So you're directly checking that if this is equal to null, correct? Now you want to check that where the description is available. So how you're going to do that, is not null. Okay, so here you'll copy this and then you're going to do is not null. That's it. So this is the difference. And if you now run this, so you're going to get all the products where the description is available. Okay, so we need to understand, again I'm repeating this thing, that null means missing value or unknown value, but when you're going to check null using equal to null, you can't check, you should check with is null or is not null. Now let's see a practical example, right? Practical backend example. Let's say you're creating admin dashboard where admin wanted to check something like that. Okay, show me all the active products, right? These products are active, that means user can see the active products from their e-commerce website, but for these particular products the description is missing. So admin needs to query this. So how we can do that? So I'm just going to do, okay, give me name, give me the category of this product, give me is active, and also let's say give me description also. So from products where is active is equal to what? True. And here you have to give and description is null. That's it. So this is going to give you all the active products, but at the same time the description is missing. So let's see if we have, so these product both are active, so you can see that both are active but description is null. So this is how you can make use of null and is not null. Okay, so with this I think we have covered most of the things. Now still we have a lot of things to cover in this one. So what are the things still we need to cover? We need to cover order by, limit, offset, all these things, how we can update, right? We haven't started update yet, that how we are going to update a single row, how you can update multiple rows, how you can delete rows, and also the concept of returning. So all these things we are going to understand in the next part. All right, so let's move on to the next one, which will be, so let's understand order by. Now this is one of the most used concept that you're going to use, because in projects sorting that you're going to use is everywhere, right? Almost in every functionality, or most of the functionality I will say, you have to do some kind of sorting, right? So here so let's understand. So maybe let's say, let's do this one practically, that we wanted to sort our products from cheapest to expensive, right? So that means it will be in ascending order. Now these are very simple concepts. I'm just going to do select and give me name and the price of the product from my products collection, and you just have to use order by, okay, and then you have to give the property. And I wanted to do what? I wanted to sort based on this price property, right? So, and also what kind of sort you wanted to do, that also you need to give. So I wanted to give ascending order. So this will be my query. Very, very simple. And if I just run this, and you'll see that this is going to give me the name and the price in ascending order. So let's run this. Okay, and you can see that this is working fine. So from 25 to 15,999. All right, so I think this is done. The same thing you can do for descending order also. So I'm just going to do exact same. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and this will be descending order. Okay, nothing else. So it will be from expensive to cheapest. So I'll do clear, and now this will be opposite. That's it, nothing much to discuss here. Then what else you can do, right? You can also sort multiple columns. Okay, so what I mean by this, now let's say I wanted to do something like that. Okay, give me name, give me the, let's do category, and also give me the price from products. And now I'm just going to do order by. So I wanted to do category in ascending order, and I wanted to do price in descending order. So these also you can do. So if I now save this, and let's see what we are getting. So clear this and run it again. So you can see that for price, this will be in the ascending order, sorry, descending order, and the category will be in the ascending order. Okay, so now what else? I think for this one, this will be more than enough, right? We don't have any anything else to discuss. Let's move on to the next one, which will be limit and offset, that we need to discuss. So I'm just going to create one more here, and let's give this one as underscore limit offset example. Okay, and pagination, something like this. Now these all are very, very practical thing. Okay, now these you are going to use. Let's say you're implementing pagination, so you have to implement all this logic, correct? Now also this is basic pagination. I'm not going to go into much complicated things. Now what actually limit and offset means, so that you need to understand. So limit means how many rows you want to return. Okay, so limit means how many rows you want to return. And what will be the offset? So offset will be controls. So offset is going to control how many rows we want to skip. So this will be how many rows we want to skip, right? So now let's say how it will work. So for example, you have a task that you only want to return the 5 products. Okay, so I wanted to return 5 products, and I wanted to sort the name of the product in ascending order. So this is the query you have to write. So how you can do that? So let's say I wanted to do name, give me the price of that product, right? And here I'm just going to do this one as from products. Now first I wanted to apply my order by name, and this will be ascending. And now what you have to do, you have to give a limit property. Sorry, this will be limit property. And then because I wanted to return only 5 products, so I wanted to give the limit as 5. So this is going to do what? It's going to give me selective columns, all the concept we have discussed previously. So this is the concept of selective columns. This is from where I wanted to get. This is going to order by, means it's going to do the sorting on name based on ascending order, and this will be the limit when these many products I wanted to fetch. And if I now clear this, let's run it here. I'll copy this, and you can see that you're getting only 5 products, right? Now remember, it's also going to do the this order by based on name, right? It's going to do the in ascending order, and you're only getting, now let's say if I wanted to do price here, price I wanted to do in ascending order. Now this will completely change. Now you can see that you're getting in ascending order. If you want to do in descending order, you can also do that. So you can, let's say, clear this and run it again. So you are going to get in descending order, but you are always going to get only 5 products because you are limiting the query by 5 products. Okay, so this is the use of limit. Now also, now let's say normally what will happen in the pagination, so in the first page you are going to get, so this is page number 1, you're going to get 5 products. In page number 2 you're going to get 5 products, but let's say you're going to get the product from 6 to 10. Why? Because in first page you only have get the 5 products, so you're going to skip. In third page again we are going to skip all 10 products, because in the previous 2 pages we have already rendered those products, so we don't want to render. So this is where the concept of offset comes. Okay, so let's say what I need to do, right? I wanted to show one page 1 example that we wanted to do offset. How offset is going to work? So offset 0 means we don't want to skip anything. Offset 5 means we wanted to skip 5 products. You're getting what I mean? So let's do page 1 example. So consider you're implementing a pagination and I'm implementing the page 1 products, okay, or the query. So I'll do name, give me price from products. Let's do order by only. Okay, so I'm just going to do order by based on name, and I'll do ascending order only, and here I'm just going to do limit 5, and now I need to do offset. So offset I wanted to give 0. Why? Because when you're going to render the first page products, you are not going to skip anything, right? Because in the first page you need to render all the first products, so your offset will become 0. So now if you just do this one, right, first of all clear this, and if I just run this, so you're going to get 5 products, and these will be the 5 products, the first 5 products. Okay, now let's see how page 2 will look like. So I'm just going to copy exact same thing, and then I'm just going to paste it here. What will be the difference? In the page 2, what you have to do, right, you have to give an offset of 5. Why? Because for the page 1 you've already rendered the 5 product. When you're going to render the page 2, you want to skip those 5 products and you want to render the next set of products. Okay, so if I now save this, let's see how this is working, and you'll see that if I clear this, right, and next time if I render, you can see that both the page record is different, because this is your first page data, this is your second page data. In the second page we already skipped this one because we've already rendered this 5 in the first page. So this is the concept of offset. Now how the practical API example look like, right? So in the practical example what will happen, right, normally this is how it will look. So consider you have, if I'm not wrong, so it will be page -1 into limit. So let's say you are in the page 2, so it will become 2 -1, so into, let's say you are rendering 5 products, so 5. So that means how this will work. So let's say in the 0th page you are going to render 5. For the second page, so this will become 5. For the third page this will become 3 -1 into 5, so this will become 10. So when you are going to go to the third page, your offset will become 10, correct? Because in the first page you've already rendered 5 products, in the second page you already rendered 5 products, so total 10 products. So in the third page you want to skip 10 products, correct? Because you want to render from 11th product. So this is how it will look. So let's say if I just do same thing, right, so this will be my third page example here, so this will become 10. So I wanted to skip 10 products because I've already rendered, and you are going to get the last set of products. So this will be your concept of limit, offset and pagination. Okay, so now I'm going to pause here. It's not pause for you, but I'm going to pause, and then I'm going to start in the next part, the update part and delete part. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next section. All right, so moving to the next one, so let's create the next file, which will be how we are going to update single row. Okay, so I'll do update single row .sql. So let's see how we are going to update data, because this is also very important. Okay, so first of all let's do one thing. Let's see that you can see that we have this particular product, right? So we have this mechanical keyboard, electronics, blah blah. So what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm going to see that whether this data is present or not. So I'm just going to do select name, let's take price, let's take stock, and also I'm going to take the SKU. So I'm just going to do from products, and then I'm simply going to do where SKU is equal to, so let's copy this, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now let's go here, and let's say I'm just going to do clear, and let's run this file. All right, so you have one data, fine. Now my task is that what I need to do, right? So let's say I wanted to update the price from 3499 to something else, and also I wanted to change the stock from 15 to 23. So how I can do that? So first of all, what we need to do, right, we need to do update, right? So we are simply telling that we need to update this particular product, but where we want to update? So we wanted to update in a table, right? So you always need to give the table name. So I want to update in the products table. Now next will be what you want to update. So this will be set, that okay, set means okay, this will be my new value, so I wanted to set some value. So set will be that okay, I wanted to make the price as 1199.00, comma, you can update multiple properties also, rows also, and I wanted to update stock from 15 to 23. That's it. But this is not the case. Why? Because this is a single row update. So you need to tell that okay, because your SQL doesn't know, right, that which product you wanted to update. You can have 100 product, 1000 product, lakhs of products. So here we need to use where clause, not where clause, where filter. So here I'm just going to do skew, and then I'm going to simply tell that okay, you are updating this particular product here. Okay, so I'm simply telling that update products table, change the price from that particular value to 1199.00 or 50, whatever you wanted to give. Stock I wanted to update to 23, where the skew is equal to this skew. I hope this is clear, right? So now what are you going to do, right? Let's copy this, and then I'm just going to run it here. So what I'm doing there, I'm first checking if that is present, I'm updating the data, and then I want to see the updated data, that whether the update is actually happened or not. So now let's run it once again and we'll see that what is happening here. Okay, so I'm just going to run here. All right, now you can see that we are getting 3499. Now it's changed to 1199. Stock changed from 15 to 23. It's very simple to understand. The key that you need to know that how you're going to set the data. Set data means you need to use this set, whatever properties wanted to update, where this is the important part, because you are updating a single row. Okay, so this is all about the single row updation. Now next will be let's take multiple rows. So I'm just going to take 13. Let's do update multiple rows .sql. Okay, now here first of all let's see what we can do. So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's see, we have some stationery product, right? So this is stationery product that we have. So first I wanted to see that okay, how many stationery product I have. Okay, so that will be my first step. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do select. So I'll do name, give me also category, also give me price, and let's say I wanted to also get the is active. From where? So from products table. And then I'm simply going to do where I wanted to check the category is equal to stationery. So I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing. Copy this, sorry, save this, and then let's run it first. Let's copy here, and then I'm simply going to paste it. So we have two data. Makes sense. What I need to do, right? So let's say you have some requirement that what you need to do, you need to update all the stationery products prices, these prices by 10%. So you have to increase that. Okay, so how we are going to do that? Now here definitely you don't want to do, let's say you have 1000 data, you are going to do single update, no, right? So there has to be some way that where you actually update all the products price by 10% at once. So to do this, what we can do, right, simply I'm just going to do update, and in this update, so we are going to simply, again this is same products, so I'm just going to do set, and I'm going to do okay, price now equal to, so I'm going to take a round, and I'm simply going to say that okay, this price will now become 10% more, or whatever you want to do. Let's say you want to increase by plus 10, whatever you want to do. For now I'm just going to increase by 10%, and I'm going to take this one comma 2, right? So round 2 means it's going to keep our 2 decimal places, sorry, this will be 2. And now the important part, how you are going to update also. Here you need to just pass that okay, where the category is stationery. So where the category is stationery, simply telling that take all the stationery products, increase the price by 10%, and then you can also check it once again, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and then you can run it here, save this, and you can see that what we are getting, right? So let's clear this, run it again, and you can see that this is increased by 10%, this is also increased by 10%, right? So 25 into 10 into 10%, 2.5, so this is 27.5, and you can see this is updated in both the rows. So this is how you can update multiple columns at once. You can also do, right, so let's say what you want to do, right, you want to mark out of stock products inactive. So how you can do that? So to do this one, what you can do, right, you can just do update, and let's say you want to do products, and then you want to do set is active equal to false. So you're changing all from true to false, where the stock is equal to 0. So this is going to do what? Whenever there will be any products that is out of stock, so 0 means it's out of stock, so you're setting that product as inactive. That's it. And then you can, if you want to check it, so you do select name stock and let's check is active from products, and then I'm simply going to do where is active is equal to false. Okay, so this is where you're going to get this one. So I'm just going to comment it out here, save this, clear this, and let's run it again. So you have only one, so this is changed to false. So we have all monitor. Let's see where we have all monitor, and this is the stock is 0, so we are changing this one to false. Okay, but this is how you can update multiple product at once. Okay, so let's move to the next one, which will be delete functionality. So for delete, what I will do, right, we are going to add one particular data and then we are going to delete that data only. So we will not delete any of the existing all this data. So first let's insert one data here. So I'm just going to do insert into products, and what are the things? So we have name, we have category, we have price, let's add stock, so you have SKU, and also we are going to have the description. So here we will do values, and now let's do here temp product to be deleted, means we are going to delete the same product. Then take category, so I'm just going to take this one as electronics only. Let's do here price maybe 345.45, stock let's take 45, SKU I'm just going to do electronic temp 009 or 013, whatever you wanted to take. And what else? I'm just going to do temp product desk. So this is going to insert that product. And now what I wanted to do, first I wanted to check if the insertion is done or not. So I'm just going to select name, category, and SKU. So I'm just going to do prop from products, and here I'm just going to check where SKU is equal to this SKU that we have added, this one. So copy this and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be my first step. So now let's run it. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so we have one data that we have, one data that we are going to delete. So now we need to delete this. Now deleting is very simple. So first what we can do, right, so let's comment it out because we've already inserted that into our DB, and then I'm just going to do here delete. So delete what you have to use from where, from products. So this is the table, and then simply mention that okay, where the SKU is equal to this particular SKU, simple, and this will delete. And then if you want to check it, so just copy this and then just paste it here again. So simply we are first checking if this is present, then we are deleting, and then we are checking again if that is present. So in that case it should not give any result. Okay, so if I just go here and let's run it, so I'll do clear, run it again, and you can see that first time you have deleted one and then you don't have anything else. Now there are nothing much to discuss here. These things are very, very simple, but this is how you need to delete. So moving to the next one, which will be the last one in this particular section, which will be you need to understand what is returning concept. So I'm just going to do 15 and let's do this one, returning after insert dot SQL. So here what returning is going to do, returning is going to gives back the affected rows after you will do anytime insert, update, or delete. So I'm just going to do returning usually returns back the rows, immediately after insert, or let's say you're doing update or whatever, when you are doing delete. So here this is actually extremely helpful, and you'll see that even if I created any videos previously on Postgres for our DBs, I've used this one in multiple places. Okay, so whenever I'm going to insert something, immediately I wanted to check that okay, return me that inserted data to see that whether it is done or not, as simple as that. So to do this, you have to do insert into, first you have to give the table name, and here again pass the name, category, then what we have the price, we have the stock, you have the SKU, and also you have the description, right? So all these things, and then let's say I wanted to do values, and then I'm just going to do, maybe let's take any random webcam camera. I'm just going to do this one as electronics. Let's give some price, stock, and also webcam camera description. Okay, So now what I need to do, I need to return back. So I wanted to see that if the insertion is done or not. So for this one we need to do returning. We have to use returning. So what I need to return, so once the product is now added, so what will happen? Postgres is going to create a UID, right? So that will be your unique ID. So I will be having the ID. Similarly in MongoDB you are going to have something called underscore ID. Remember, this is a document ID. So similarly we are going to have the ID. So I wanted to see that actually the product is created. If the product is created, I will be having some ID. I'll be having the name. I wanted to return the category. I wanted to return the price. I wanted to return the stock, and also let's say I wanted to return created underscore at. So this is what I wanted to do. Okay, so now let's save this, and let's say we are going to run this. So let's clear this, rename, copy this, and let's run it here. What you're getting, insert has more than name 1 2 3 4 5 6. Oh, SKU we haven't added, my bad man. So I have to do electronic, let's do webcam 009. So now let's save this, clear this, and now we are going to run it again, and we'll see what we're going to get. And you can see that we have ID, name, category, price, stock, created at. So you're getting the data, right? And you see that immediately it's returning, right? So this is your unique ID, it's created. So this is what returning usually does. So it's return back the result or the rows immediately after your insert. You can also use update, right? So let's say you've done insert, right? You can also use update, and then you can return the data also. For example, let's say I wanted to update products, and then I wanted to do set. I wanted to set the stock is equal to stock plus 10. So here it will become 56. Let's do 11. So 67. And then I'm just going to do where SKU is equal to this SKU. Just now I've created. Okay, so where the SKU is this, and then I wanted to use returning. So here also you can return ID, name, and then you also, let's say, want to return the stock. So what you're doing, you're updating the product where the SKU is this, and then at the end you are using returning. So returning clause you're using, which is going to return. So I'm just going to clear, and then if you run again, you can see that now this will become 67. Okay, so the stock. Alright, so I think this is done. Same also you can do for delete also. Let's say you want to delete this, you can use delete from products where SKU is equal to this, and then you are going to use returning. So you're going to return the ID, name, and the SKU. So this is going to delete. And if you want to see that if the delete is successful or not, you'll see that if I use select now, right, that product will not be present because that will be deleted. So I'm just going to do from, so this will become products where the SKU is equal to this. Save this and see what will happen. You can see, so this is deleted, so you're getting the ID, name, SKU, and once the deletion is successful, you don't have that product present. So this is how you can use the returning concept. Okay, so this is very helpful. So with this, I think we have completed the part 2, and now let's move on to the next one, which will be our last part. So there we are going to cover some of the little I'll not say advanced concept, but intermediate to advanced level of concept. We need to understand the concept of foreign keys, one-to-many relationship, many-to-many, inner join, left join, aggregate functions, group by the, having all these things we're going to cover in the next section. Alright, so now we are almost at the end of section, which will be part 3. Not here, we have to create outside, and this also is very important. So we are going to cover relationship, joins, aggregate functions, group by, indexes, all these things. Okay, and first file will be, so for this one what you're going to do, right, we are going to create a reset and seed relationships. So we are going to first add our data, then only after that we'll be able to start understanding all the concepts. So first what we are going to do, right, so let's create the extension. I'm not going to explain most of the things because these things we have already covered in the previous part. Extension if not exist, and I'm just going to use PG crypto. Okay, now what you're going to do, right, See, these will be relationship sections, right? So what we need to do, we can't have one single table, we need to have multiple tables so that we can understand the relationship between tables, the properties and everything. So first I'm going to drop some of the tables in case we have all those tables so that we can start fresh. So I'm start with drop tables if exist. So we're going to have one post tags table, copy this. We are also going to have one more table that will be for comments. So comments table, we are also going to have one for post table, one will be for only tags, and at the end we are going to have one for users. Okay, so these many tables we are going to have. Now let's create all the tables one by one. It's very important to understand all these things, that what are the properties that we are taking. Why? Because our entire section, this part 3, will be dependent on these tables only. Okay, so let's start with the first table. So I'm just going to do create table, and I'm start with, maybe let's do users. Okay, so in the users, first I'm going to have a id, UID, and this will be my primary key, and here I'm just going to take a default property, and I'm just going to take here gen random UUID. Okay, so this will be the ID of that user. Alright, so now after this I'm simply going to take one more property. Let's take a name. So every user is going to have a name, and this will be not null. Okay, so these two things we are going to have for this particular table. I'm moving to the next one. Next will be our second table, which will be create table posts. Now this will become now very important. Okay, so first every post is going to have an ID, so I'm just going to copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. And now this is where we are going to start our relationship. So every user can create multiple posts, so that means there has to be some relation so that we can understand, okay, this particular post is created by which user. So we are going to have a user ID property, and this user ID will be my user ID of this particular table, right? So that let's say we have a post 5, fifth post is created by user number 2. So from this user ID, I will be able to understand, okay, this is created by user number 2 whose ID is this. So here we are going to have UID, which will be not null. And now we are going to understand one very important concept, that is references. So how you are going to tell that, okay, this user IDs belongs to this particular users.id. So this is where we are going to have something called references. These references, now I'm going to tell, okay, this is my users table and this will be my ID. I hope this is clear. Next, let's take a title. For every post we are going to take a title. Sorry if you're getting any noise, I think it's some bike noise from outside, it's coming. These people are crazy. Okay, so title, I'm just going to take text, and this will be not null. And then I'm also going to take a status. For every post you're going to have a status, because later when you're going to understand the concept of where group by having all these things, this actually is needed, this particular property. So for this one you're going to take this one as text, and I'm just going to do not null. Let's take a default property, and for default I'm going to, maybe let's give this one as draft, and here I'm also give a check property. So let's give a check property for this. So I'm just going to do this one as status, and status I'm going to give in, so it can be either draft or it can be either published. Okay, so this is another property. Next, what else we can take? So let's take one views property. So here I'm just going to take a views property, which will be integer. I'm just going to take not null. Let's take a default. I'm going to do 0. Let's take a check property, and here I'm just going to take views. These views has to be greater than or equal 0. So this is the check that we are going to have. So these all the properties this post table is going to have. Then we are going to take our comments table. Now let's create again. So do create table, and I'm going to do comments. For this one again we are going to have the ID. So copy this, paste it here. Now what else this is going to have? Every comment that you are going to have will be associated to some post, right? Let's say you're using Facebook or Insta. For a particular post there can be thousands of comments, but you need to identify that, okay, this comment is belongs to which post, correct? So that is the reason we need to have one more reference set, which will be post ID, and here you have to take UID, and this will be again not null, and here you have to take references, and then I'm just going to denote to my post reference to my post table, and it will reference to this post ID. So I'm just going to give this one as ID. Okay, and then also let's take a body, which will be make actual comment. So this will be text, and I'm just going to give this one as not null. So these three things our comments table is going to have. Okay, so now next what else we have? We also need to take our tags table. So I'm just going to create one more table, let's give this one as tags. Let's take our ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to take a name. I'll do text not null, and for every tag it has to be unique, so I'm going to take a unique property. Okay, and then at the end we are going to have our post tags. Now this is actually a junction table, and why actually you need it? Now let's say one particular post can have multiple tags, and one tag can belongs to many posts. Now I know that this might be little tricky for someone like if you're a beginner to understand, but if you give little bit of time, you'll see that everything is actually connecting or connected with each other, and this is actually called many-to-many relationships. So I'm going to repeat once again, this post tags. So one post, let's say you have one post that can have multiple tags, but one tag, let's say there is a tag React.js. Now you have one particular post, and that particular post has a tag React.js, and these particular React.js tag can belong to multiple posts, right? So let's say you have 10 posts, and this React.js tag can be present in 5 posts. So that means one post can have many tags, one tag can belong to multiple posts. So it's a many-to-many relations. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create one more, create table, and let's give this one as post tags. And here what we need to do right now, remember here we need to have a post ID, because one post can have multiple many tags, so we need to understand that this is belongs to which post. This will be UID not null, and I have to give references, and this will be post table ID. And then I'm also going to have a tag ID, so I'm just going to do tag ID. This is also UID, so I'll do not null. Let's do references, and this will be this particular tags table that we have created. So this will be tags ID. Okay, so these will be the relations. And also we need to take a primary key here. So what actually we are doing here, we are going to take a composite primary key. That means these pair, that whatever we are taking, that must be unique. Okay, why? Now you might ask me why. Because if you have one particular post, the same post cannot be connected to same tag twice. You are getting what I'm telling. So let's say you have a particular post and there is a tag React.js. You can't add that same React.js tag 2 times. Okay, so how we can do that? So I'm just going to take a primary key here, and let's pass this post ID, right? And then you have the tag ID. So this is going to create a composite primary key. So these all the tables that we need. Okay, so we'll start with users ID and name, post ID, user ID, reference, title, status, and views, comments ID, post ID, because every comment is belongs to a post. Tags, this is just a unique tag, and because this will be unique, right? Now this is important, this post tag, every post can belong to one tag, and if one tag can belong to multiple posts. Okay, with a composite primary key. So now what I've done, right, I actually have created all the data that we are going to seed. Now what is this? So these are the dummy data that I'm going to add, and based on this data we are going to understand all the concept one by one. But let's do this one in the next part. Till this part, this is all the tables. Do this, you can pause this particular part, I will highly suggest, and try to go through all the properties or all the rows that we have created for each and every table. It's very, very important to understand all the concepts that we are going to discuss in the next part. Alright, so let's add all the data one by one, and then we are going to run this particular file, because until unless we are going to seed our data in our DB and create the tables, we can't start all the concepts like foreign keys, one-to-many relations, many-to-many relations, inner join, left join, so many things are there. So first let's copy this one. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and see what we are doing. Simply we are inserting the two users. We have two users, Anana and Rahul, into our users table. Then add these three. I'm going to copy, and you can clearly understand what we are doing here. It's not that much difficult to understand. So we are inserting into post table user ID, title, status, and views, right? So here ID, how we are going to get? So from users, where the name is this particular name, because we've already added this in our users table. So we have added two posts here, and one is for Rahul user, one post. Okay, next let's copy these two. We also need to add some comment, so I'm just going to paste it here. So what actually we're doing, we are inserting comment, post body. So ID, how we are going to get? So from a post, you can see that this PostgreSQL join explained, this is one of the posts that I have added here. So this ID is belong, because we already have the relations in the comments table. If you go to the comments table, you will see that there is a relations with post ID, which is your post ID. So that means when we are seeding this particular data, these ID we are going to get from post, where the title is equal to this, and this will be for this particular title. Now you see backend APIs with PostgreSQL, this is created by Rahul user, and this is created by this particular post. PostgreSQL joint explain is created by Anonna user. Okay, and then I think let's add this tag. So I'm also going to add two unique tag. So let's add this into our tag. So you have SQL and backend. That's it. Next, we also need to add our post tag, and then at the end we are going to have our select message. So see what we are doing here. So for this one, what we are doing, right? So post ID, we have the post ID and the tag ID, remember? So we are taking some aliases. So from post we are taking as a P, tags we are taking as a T. So you take the post ID and the tag ID, where the post title is PostgreSQL joint explained and the tag ID is SQL, because we have already added the SQL here. Okay, and the one we have added for, I think, backend tag. Okay, so this is going to insert in our post tag collection, and then we are just logging this. Now save this, and then we need to run this. Okay, so first let's clear this, and I'm going to copy this. Let's run it here. Okay, so now this is going to create all of this. It's going to insert the data, and if you want, you can just see all of this here also. If I now refresh this, see how slow this is, man. I think this would solve this one very quickly. See, we have the comments, post tag, post, product, tags and users, and if you right click here, so you can see that you can count rows and you can also view the data. If I do all rows, right, this will load forever. So for now I'm not going to do that. If you're using Windows, right, just do right click and do view data. You'll be able to see all the data that we have created here. Okay, or else you can also directly do from here, right? So for example, let's say I'll just do here only, right? Maybe let's do select star from, and then you're going to give all the tables and everything. For example, let's say post tags, right? Something like this, and then you'll be able to do that also. I think we have already done this one, part 1 and 2. I'm not going to do that one, it's just going to take some time. So what I mean by this, whatever data we have added, or we done the seeding in our DB, you'll be able to see that easily in the DB. You can just do that, right click and do view data. So go here, any of the table, do right click. You see it's very slow for me, I don't know why. And then you do view, and then you'll be able to see the rows directly from here. Okay, so now we need to start all the concepts one by one, because you already have very good idea that how many tables we have, what is the relations. Okay, if you want, you can just go through one by one more time. It's very, very important to understand, right, that for example, user is has a relations with post has a relations with comments. These tags are unique, but when you have post tags, this has relations with both post and the tag. So now let's create our second file, which will be foreign keys .sql. Okay, now you know one thing, these particular sections that we are going to do, right, this you need to learn the concept more than doing unnecessary example. Why? Because if you can understand the relations, joins, all these things, you'll be able to do any kind of queries you will be able to write. But if you don't understand, let's say you do 10 example also, and you don't know the basics, it will be difficult for you to write in a real project. So what actually foreign keys are? So foreign key will be, you can consider that as a column that is going to point to the primary key of another table. Okay, so I'm just going to write once again. So foreign key will be, foreign key is a column in short that points to the primary key of another table. Okay, so this will be the foreign key. Now just take one very simple example. So you have users.id, which is a parent key, and then you have post.user id. Now this is the reason I mentioned that this is important. So go to post and see that post has a user id. This is a foreign key. Why? Because what this is actually doing, this is pointing to the parent key here, this is pointing to the another table. So this is pointing to the another table, so another table is users, and this is pointing to the another table primary key. What is the primary key? id. So id is a primary key. So this is a proper example of a parent key and a primary key. Okay, now what actually this means? This means that every post that you are going to create that must belong to one existing users. So that means every post you will create that belongs to a that not belongs that must belong belong to an existing users. Okay, so this is what it will be. So now maybe let's do one thing, right? So let's see some simple example, but this is all about the concept. So first let's see our parent table. So I'm just going to do here select, let's do id, let's do name, and I'm just going to do here from users table because we have the users table. Okay, and then what we're going to do, right, then we are going to check our child table. So child table will select id. Now we have the user id, and then I'm just also going to take the title of that particular post. So this will be from my posts table. Okay, so save this and let's run it here. Okay, so let's remove this, and you can see that what you're getting. So you're getting 2 users, but if you notice one thing, you see this part here, this part, right? See, there is a match. So this actually is belongs to this particular, so these 2 posts that we have is belongs to user Ananya, and this particular post that we have is belongs to user Rahul. So there is a match. So this is a foreign key which points to the primary key of a different table or another table. Very important. So foreign keys points to the primary key of another table. This is the concept that you need to understand, as simple as that. Okay, so I think that's all. I think we don't have anything much to discuss here. So let's move on to the next one, which now we are going into much more important concept, and that is, now this is also an important concept because this is, you need to understand. Now see, if you go here, right, this particular file that we have created, and if you can understand this part, whatever we are doing, how we are doing the differences and everything, this will be like a piece of cake, because it will be a very simple for you to understand. But if you don't know how your table structure is, see, that is the reason you see my teaching process or style, right? I always focus the thing that is important. If you don't know this structure and someone will tell you this, it will be difficult for you to understand. I can 100% guarantee. Okay, so this is the thing that you need to understand. Now let's move on to the next one, which will be 03, and I'll do one to many relationship. Okay, so let's close. Now I'll close this file, I'll open this one. So what actually one-to-many relation? That means, in simple sentence, one parent row can have many child rows. Simple. So we'll do one parent rows can have many child rows. Okay, what will be our example? In our example, one user can write many posts. So one user, so user Rahul can have 10 posts, but one post is belong to one user. So what I mean by this, let's see how user 1 is Ananya and user 2 is Rahul. So Rahul can have 10 posts, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, 10, but every post, this single post always belong to one user. So this post also belong to Rahul, this post also belongs to Rahul. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means one user can write many posts, but one post will always belongs to one user. Okay, so this is what it will be. So here, if I want to explain in much more detailed way, so, or much more simpler way, so users again is your parent table, and then posts will be your child table. Okay, so this is about the concept. Now here, although we haven't started our join yet, but this is all about the concept. Okay, this is one-to-many. Now one more thing I wanted to explain here, that is, let me just write here comment only. So you see this relationship, right? This is a relationship, correct? This is a one-to-many relationship. So here, if I try to take post.user_id, so this actually relate to our user.id, right? This is what actually happening here, correct? So simple words, that this user.id is your original user ID. This post.user.id stores this user ID inside the post table. Okay, this is also another very important concept. Okay, so here what I'm talking about, that these users.id, please note it down, this is actually important, is the original user ID, and what this post dot, I don't know, man. I'll make this control minus and then it will zoom out. Okay, so this posts dot user ID is nothing but it's the same user ID, but this post dot user ID is going to store that user ID only, that original user ID only, and that original user ID inside the posts table. So this is what is happening here. Okay, so now although we haven't started our join yet, right, because join is one of the most important concept, but I'm going to show you one example that let's say someone tell you that, okay, give me all the posts, so you have to give me all posts with their authors. But you might be thinking, okay, I can give all the posts very easily, but in my post table I only have the user ID. How I'm going to get the username, right? So this is the query can come here, because I can give the user ID, but I need to somehow get the username. So this is where the relations comes into picture, because this user ID is nothing but this user ID, correct? This ID. So if you know this user ID, you know this ID, and from this ID you'll be able to get this name. Simple. So now what you can do, right, although again I'm repeating, we haven't done the join yet, but this is also another join concept only. So here I'm just going to do users, okay, dot name. So I need the username as, I'm just going to do, remember we have done the aliases, so using as, and this I'm going to take as an author name, and also give comma, and here I'm going to take the posts dot title as post underscore title. But now also let's take the posts dot status. I think we also have the status, right? But now how we are going to get this? So now we need to work with two tables, because this user dot name is not present in this post table. Post table only has the user ID, but to get the username I need to query this user table. So that means I need to get from users table, and at the same time I need to do an inner join. Okay, so this we are going to discuss later. For now just write it. So we are going to do an inner join with which table? Posts table. Why we can do that? Because there is a relation between this user ID and this user ID here. So this will be inner join, and then what we need to do, how we are going to do that? So we need to check on, so what we are asking, that we need to give me all posts, right? So we are doing that, so all post with their authors, right? This is what we are doing. So that means this user ID will be same as this ID. So when I'm going to do on, so I need to check this user dot ID has to be equal post dot user ID. So you're getting, I'm repeating this thing, that what you're doing, simply you're checking that, okay, this user ID and both are same, that means this is a match. Okay, and then what you're going to do, simply you can also do a order by. So let's do a order by. So I'm just going to do order by, and I'll do users dot name comma posts dot title. Okay, so now what is happening here, I'm going to repeat once again. So we're simply telling that we are connecting user.id with post.id. So that means if on that user has written two posts, that user row will appear with two posts. You're getting what I'm talking about. So this proves our concept of one-to-many relations. So that means one user row can be connected with multiple post rows. Simple. And now why you are using inner join, now that we are going to discuss later, because inner join normally it will do, right, it will going to return only rows where the relationship exist on the both sides. Okay, all right, so now let's run it here, right? So I'm going to paste this, sorry, not this one. So I'll just paste it here slash this, and then if I do enter, and you can see that what you're getting. So you're getting the post title, author name, but now you are able to get the author name also for that corresponding post. And why this is happening? Because we are doing an inner join, and there is a match that if the user ID is equal to post.user ID, then only I'm going to get. But this is where even though your post table don't have the user name, still using this relation you are able to get this particular name. Okay, so this is, although this we have discussed about inner join, but this is the concept of one-to-many relationship. So with that, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so although we have to cover the many-to-many relations, right, but I thought that let's do the inner join first and left join, and then we are going to do that. Okay, it will be helpful. So I'll do inner join dot SQL. let's close this one. Okay, so what actually inner join is, right? So remember, one thing is the key here, that is in interview questions. See, this particular video, right, whatever you are doing, everything can be interview questions, because this is a conceptual and practical Postgres course, right? So whenever you're going for any interview, let's say backend interview or whatever database interview you're giving, there is a possibility that you're going to get a lot of questions from this particular video, whatever you're learning. So inner join is going to returns, this is important, only the matching rows from both tables. So from both tables. Okay, this is the important part here. So in our case, I think we've already discussed that part, right? That in our post there is a user ID that points to our users table ID. This ID, again I'm going to repeat the same thing. This user ID points to this user ID. Simple, right? So what Postgres is going to do, so Postgres now will be able to match each post with the user that user actually created the post. Why? Because there is some relations between these two. If there is no match, it's not going to return anything. Simple. Okay, so now let's create a simple example and you're going to understand everything that we are doing here. Okay, and then I'm going to explain that what actually this example is doing and why I've actually decided to take this as an example. So I'm just going to do select, I'll do users.name as I'm going to take this one as author name, comma, you have to give comma here, and I'll do post.title as post_title. Then I'm also going to take the posts.status, and also let's take posts.views because we have the views also. So we have the views also. Okay, so these four things. Now from where, because you have to give the destination always, so from a post table. And now I need to see, I need the username, right? Because I already mentioned this thing multiple times that your post table don't have the username. So that means you have to get the username from your user table. So this is where you have to do inner join, as simple. So you're going to do inner join with the users table, and then you have to give a matching condition. So that is the reason I mentioned that it is going to return only the matching rows. So there has to be something, there is a match. So what is the match? Post.userid is a match with user.id. Simple. So here you're going to give that on, so you'll do on posts.userid is a match with users.id. So it's a matching condition. So now this is going to do the inner join successfully. So Postgres will be able to understand. And now what you can do, right, I'm just going to do a where. So let's do posts.status, because we have the post.status, right? See, and then while adding the post, I've added this one, right? So go here. So we have this published or draft. So I'm just going to get that where the post.status is equal to published. And let's do the order by also. So I'm just going to do order by, and I'll do post.views, and I'm just going to do this one. Maybe let's do descending order. Okay, so this will be a perfect example of an inner join. Now how you're going to read this if you're a beginner? So you start with the beginning, right? So first from the post table, what we are doing, we are doing inner joining our users table. So simply, in a simple way, we are connecting each post to that particular user, right? And this is the matching rule. I already mentioned this is the matching rule here. Sorry, this is the matching rule. So this is the matching rule. Without this it won't be possible. And then we are just giving some condition that where it is published, and then we are going to do order by. And now if you run this, see what will happen. So you're going to do clear and see what we are going to get. Alright, so you're getting 0 result. Published spelling is wrong, I know that. Okay, so this is wrong. Save this and run again. Okay, so now you're getting author name, also you're getting post title, you're getting status published, and also views. This is also in descending order. So you're doing a lot of things, but the important part, what we are doing here, we are doing inner join. So the interview questions that you might get, that what actually inner join is, what actually it will return, and how actually it will work. So the most important part, you have to mention that it's return only the matching rows from both tables, but there has to be some matching condition, because if there is no matching condition, how Postgres is going to understand that okay, this particular post is written by this user? You're getting? So this is where it is very, very important. So now I think this is done. Let's move on to the next one, which will be our left join. Okay, So close this. Now what actually left join will do? Now left join is going to keeps all rows from the left table. Now this might be a little tricky to understand. Okay, so let's write all the things first. So I'm just going to do left join keeps all rows from the left table. Okay, now say that consider you have a left table and you have a right table. Now what this first condition is telling, that this statement that it is going to keep all your rows from the left side table, and if the right side table has the matching data, then Postgres is going to include that data. If not, what Postgres is going to do, it's going to return null for the right side column. These things are very important. So I'm just going to do, so consider you have a two table, left table, right table. If the right table has matching data, so in that case Postgres is going to include that. So Postgres is going to include that, includes that. If it's don't have any matching data, so in that case it's going to return null. It returns null. All right, so now what example we can take from our setup? Now here you can see that, consider we have our post table over here. So this is our post table, this is our left table. Okay, so I'm going to take this one as a left table, and let's take our comments table, and this I'm going to take as a right table. So this is my right table. So this post comments. Okay, now why we are taking this? Because every post can have comments or can't have, so it's a possibility. So that means simply telling that because not every post is going to have comments. You're getting what I'm talking about? So not every post is going to have comments. Let's say some post will have 100 comments and some will have 0. You're getting? So now we'll be able to see that how left join is going to show the difference very clearly. So now what you're going to do, right? Let's write one. So what we will do, we'll write a query which is going to show all our posts, including the post that do not have any comments or don't have any comments. Okay, so see how we are going to do that. So I'm going to do select, and here I'm just going to render the post.title, and I'm going to take a aliases, and I'm just going to do post_title, comma, and also I'm going to take this comments is going to have the body, right? So I'm just going to do comments dot body, comments spelling is wrong, dot body as comment underscore body. Now we are going to do a from. So from my post table, this is my left table, and now you don't have to do inner join, you have to do a left join. Left join will be your right side table, so which is your comments table. Okay, and then I'm just simply going to give a check condition, matching condition. Why? Because there is a match, right? Because this post.id is similar to this post id, because every comment is going to have that post id associated, right? So that means there is a match. So here I can simply check if this post.id is equal to comments.post id. So here I'm just going to do comments.post id. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do a order by, and I'll do posts.title. So I'm just going to do a order by title. So how we are doing this? So simply here left join comments, what this line is simply doing, that we try to connect each post with its comments simply, and this is the matching rule. If there is a post that has no comments, what it's going to do, the comment body will be what? This comment body, null. This is what I mentioned, right? If there is a no matching, so it's written null. You are getting what I'm talking about. And left join is going to keep all our post. Inner join, what it's going to do, right? It's going to hide the post that have no comments. There is a huge difference, big difference. Left join is going to keep all our post, but it's going to return the comment body as null. Inner join is going to hide the post that don't have any comments. So here you can simply see this, right? You can run it and see what is happening here. See, So now we have backend APIs with Postgres. Please add more example. Indexes for beginner. We don't have anything. Postgres explained. This is the comment. Now if you go here where we have added the data, go below. So you can see that for Postgres join explain, we have very clear explanation. This is the comment. Please add more example. Backend APIs with Postgres. For this one we have please add more example. But for indexes for beginner, this is another one. For this particular post, we don't have any comment. So that means right side there is no match. So what is going to return? It's going to return null. So that's why you're not getting anything. See, simple, right? Or not simple, but it's clear. If you're a beginner, it will be a little tricky, but see, with this explanation I hope you are able to understand what we're talking about. This is the important part. The left join is going to always keep all the data from the left table. Right table has matching data, then only it will render, or else it's going to return null. So this is the concept of left join. Okay, so we have completed inner join and left join. Let's create the next file, which will be many to many relationship. So I'll do many to many relationships. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one, which will be now many to many relationship, right? So from our example, what will be the best way to explain this one? So I think this part we have already discussed, and that is that in our case, right, where we have added the data, that the many to many means one post can have multiple tags. You remember we have the tags, this one, right? I already mentioned that. Let's say you have one particular tag, this can have one particular post, and that can have multiple tags. Let's say HTML is a tag, CSS is a tag, React.js is a tag, and one tag can belong to many posts. So that means this React.js tag can be associated with multiple posts. So this will be a proper many to many relationship example. So that means one post can have multiple tags, and one tag can be associated with multiple posts. I hope this is clear, right? So now in this example, in our example, what actually post is doing, so it's store post data, tags is going to store tags data, and then we have one more post tags. Now this is going to connect both post and tags. So if you see, so if you go here, right, so go to the post, so we'll do post.id. This post.id is similar to this post ID that we have in this post tags table. Similarly, this tags.id is similar to this tags ID that we have in this post tags.tags ID in this particular table. So that means here in our case we have a post.id which is similar. So I'm just writing triple equals, which is equal to this post tags dot this post ID, and similarly you have the tags.id, right? So we'll do tags.id is equal to this post tag.tag ID. Alright, so now let's see one simple example. So example will be, now your task is that you have to show every post with its tag. So that means show me every post with its tag. So how we can do that? Now let's see. So we'll do select. Now first of all, what we need to get, so I need to get the, see, when I wanted to show the post, I don't have the post title here, right? So that means if I want to get the post title, I need to query this particular table. So that means I need to get this post dot title, correct? So first I need to do what? So I need to get posts dot title as, let's do this one as post underscore title, and then also I need to get the tags name. So what I mean by tags name, these tags name, right? Because you don't have the tags name here, so I need to get the tags dot name. So I'm just going to do tags dot name as, let's do this one as tag name. Okay, so this will be my tag name, and this I'm going to get from my post table. And here what you have to do, so you have to do an inner join, because you need to check in both the sides, right? So I'm just going to do inner join. And also if you go to inner join, what I mentioned, inner join is going to return only the matching rows from both tables. Okay, there is a difference between inner join and the left join. So this I'm just going to do inner join, but inner join you have to do with what? You have to do with this post tag, this particular table. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we are going to do that. So first we need to do what? So I need to get post tag So I'm doing what? So I'm doing an inner join from this post table with this post tag. Why? Because there is a relation with this post ID. This post ID is equal to this post dot ID. So that means what will be my matching criteria here? So I'm going to give here on. So I'll do post dot ID is equal to post tag dot post ID. You're getting, right? So this will be my matching criteria, and this is for the first one. Similarly, I also need to get the tags name. So that means there should be some matching criteria between this table and this table, and that is what? Tags.id is equal to post tags.tag ID. So these two are matching. So that if there is a matching, so I'll be able to get the name. So that means again what you need to do? Again you need to do another inner join here. Now this time this inner join will be not with the post tag. This will be from your tags table. So you have this tags table here, correct? And now what you're going to do? So you have to do the matching criteria. So what will be matching criteria? So matching criteria will be your post tag. So this will be post tag dot, and now you have what? Tag ID, and this will be equal to what? So this will be equal to your tags.id. You're getting what you're doing. So I'm explaining line by line. So this will be your tags.id. Okay, and then we are going to do what? We are going to do an order by. Let's do order by, and I'm just going to do here posts dot title comma tags dot name. So this is what we need to do. Now I think I don't have to explain here now because I've already explained line by line. Still I'm just going to explain one more time that what actually this is doing. So select simply, we are going to get this post title and the tag name, right? So here first of all what we are doing, so from the post table we are doing inner join with the post tag table because there is a matching. So in the matching we need to give the matching criteria. So post.id, if there is a match with the post tag dot post ID, so that means there is a matching, so it's going to give me that particular data. Then we are going to do inner join with the tags because there is also a matching criteria with the tags dot ID with the post tags dot tag ID. So this is going to give me the tags name. This is what we're simply doing here. Now let's run this and let's see what is happening here. Okay, so I'm going to just clear this. Let's copy the name. Syntax error, tags name at, okay, let me see what we are doing here. Oh, say I always do this mistake, we have to give comma here. So now let's run once again, and you can see that what you're getting the post title with the tag name. Okay, and now this is very important concept. Now this is not a simple Postgres concept. Okay, this is like I'm going to say this will be little bit intermediate side. So you need to know all of these things very clearly, so that it's like you don't have to go to any other resources to see how these things are working. So what I mean by this many to many, one to many, inner join, left join, you have to master all of this if you want to become good, if you want to become a good developer, I will say, in writing all these queries. Okay, so this is a very important concept that you have learned here. Okay, so with this I think that's all for this particular concept. Now let's move on to the next one. Next, I think what we can do, right, let's understand some of the table aliases. Now this is also another important concept. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do 07. Let's do this one as table aliases. Now my spelling is wrong, I think. CS. Okay, so now let's close this. So what actually table aliases? Aliases, I think we have already discussed that aliases is going to make your join query shorter and easier to read, right? So aliases is going to make your queries shorter and easier to read. So this is the first thing. So simply I'm telling that, okay, if I want the title from the post table, so I'm just going to do what? Post.title. This is what we are doing, right? What we can do, right? No, I don't want to write this. Instead, I want to write like this. So instead of this, I want to do p.title. Now this p, I need to tell Postgres, okay, this p means I'm actually talking about the post table. Or let's say you want to get the what you can do, maybe users.name. Instead you want to do what? You want to do u.name, right? So these will be your aliases. So now let's say how we are going to do that. Now this will be a very simple one. So what you can do, right, maybe let's say I wanted to select something. So I wanted to get my, let's go here, So I wanted to get the post title, let's say, and also post status, and maybe let's do username also I'm going to get, and also let's go to the comment, and also let's say I want to get the comment body. So all these things I wanted to get. So first of all, what I will do, right, so I'm just going to do p.title. Now notice one thing, we are not doing posts.title, and here I'm just going to take aliases and I'm just going to do this one as post_title. We have to give comma here. I'm just going to give p.status, and also let's take the post views also. So I think we have the views, right? So I'm just going to do p.views. So this is what I'm talking about. So I'll do p.views. Also let's take the username. So I'm just going to do u.name as, let's do this one as author name, and also I'm going to get the comment body. So I'm just going to do c.body as comment underscore body. Now this is where you have to do the aliases, because till this part your Postgres doesn't know what actually this p.title means. Very important, because there is no table that named exactly as p. So that means when I'm going to do here from posts, so now I'm simply telling that okay, this is the table I'm talking about. I need to give a aliases here, and that aliases will be that aliases that you're using here. So you're simply telling that okay, I'm actually querying from the post table, but I want to rename this post from posts to p, so that I don't have to write the post word multiple times, as simple as that. And now let's say I wanted to do an inner join here. So I need to do inner join. Maybe let's do the user, because we also need to get the inner join of that. We also need to get the username, right? So we need to do an inner join on the users table, but you have to give another aliases as u, because you are not using users.name here, you are using u.name. Okay, so this is one more. Now what we need to do, I think this part already discussed. So there will be a relations. Why? Because your user.id will be similar to your post.user.id. So that means now what you can do, right, you don't have to do post.user.id. Instead you can take only these aliases here. So you'll do p.user.id, you're getting. So you'll do p.user.id, and this will be equal to your user.id. So user.id, this id. So that means user will now become u. So you have to do u.id, right? And then what I need to do, right, I also wanted to get the comments. So I'm just going to do a left join, and I'll do comments, because comments is the comments table that I'm actually querying this one. But now this time I wanted to do aliases of c. So comments will be as c, and then I'm just going to do here on. So there will be another match. Why? Because comments.id, right, comments.postid will be equal to your post.id. So that means here the matching condition will be your p.id, because you are taking the post as p, which will be equal to c, which is here c for comments, and these comments will have the post id. So this will be c.postid, you're getting. So this will be a matching condition. And let's do a order by. Maybe let's do, which one we can do order by? Let's do p.views as order by. Okay, so I'm just going to do disk. So this is one more query. Now remember, this particular concept is not about the query, because these all the things we've already discussed. This is about how you're writing these aliases. So here post we are talking as a p, or writing as a p. Users table we are writing as a u. Comments table we are writing as a c. Okay, so now if I just, let's say, clear this and let's run it once again. And you can see that you are going to get the result. So you're getting post title, status, views, author name, and comment body, and this is also in the descending order. But again, I already mentioned this is about how you're going to write the aliases. Okay, so I think that's all for this particular concept. Now in the next part, what we can do, what else? Okay, we had to do aggregate also, right? I already mentioned. So let's create one more file here, and I'm going to do aggregate functions .sql. So now what we are talking about, the aggregate function. So simply, in a simple definition, aggregate functions will be, it always calculates, right? So it's always going to calculate one result from many rows. This will be your aggregate function. Now there can be so many aggregate functions. So I'm just going to give some of the examples. So I'll do, we have the count. What count is going to do? Count is going to give you the number of rows, if I'm not wrong. Then you have something called sum. I think by the name you can understand, this will be total value. then also you have average. So we'll do average, and this will be give the average value. Okay, then what else? We also have the mean, so this mean will be the smallest value, and then also we have the max, which will be maximum value. Okay, or let's do largest or max value. Okay, all right, now where actually you can use all of this, very helpful, and that will be, I'm going to give you some real life example. For example, let's say you're creating some admin dashboard where you have to calculate your sales. Let's say you're creating some reports, you're creating some analytics dashboard. There also mostly it will be around your admin panels and those related work, and you'll see that you're going to use this on a lot of time. Now let's say I wanted to write a very simple example, that what I wanted to do, right, I wanted to count all the rows from my post table. Okay, so let's do one by one, then I'm going to explain. So I'm just going to do select. Now let's say I want to read all the rows from a certain table. Okay, so how you are going to do that? So for now we are only going to use the post table only. To read all the rows from a certain table, you have to use a count here, and this count you're simply going to tell, okay, these here I'm just going to count everything, and this I'm just going to also give a aliases. So this will be my total underscore posts. Okay, and here what you're going to do, so I'm just going to give it from posts table. So I'm simply telling, we'll do one by one. Okay, so this is the first one. So it's simply telling that give me or count all the rows from this post table, because this is the table that we are using. Now let's run this. Okay, so you're getting 3. Fantastic. Now let's say what I need to do, right, I wanted to now count, but I wanted to give a filter. So what filter I wanted to give? I wanted to give a filter where the status is published. If I'm not wrong, we have a published status, see, published or draft. So I only wanted to count all the rows where the status is published. So that means now you can't directly use count, you have to use a filter. So how you can do that? So you have to do count, and then you have to use a filter here. Okay, and this filter will be, now I think we have already used this on multiple times, where keyword, where status will be equal to whatever status you wanted to check. So now I wanted to check about the published, and then let's give a aliases, and I'm just going to do this one as published posts. So what this is going to give, this is going to count all the rows, but it's going to apply a filter now. Okay, now let's run it and let's see what you're getting. So if I go here, what are telling syntax run in the count, again I will forgot to give comma, man. Okay, so let's do, so you can see that we have 3 post, publish post 2. Change this one to draft, and you will see that you are going to get 1, because we have only one draft post, right? So if I just go here, run it again, see that we are getting only 1. Fantastic. Now let's undo here. Next, what we wanted to do, we'll give comma here. So now let's say sum, I want to do sum, or what I will do, right, maybe let's do this one. Go to post, we have these views, right? So I wanted to do a sum of all these views of all rows. You're getting what I'm talking about? So when you're going to do that, this is very simple. So views is, I'm talking about these views, I wanted to sum. So you have to use sum, and then you're going to tell that, okay, calculate all the sum of what. So you have to give here which column. So this will be my views column. Simple. And then you're going to give as, and let's give aliases. So this will be my total underscore views. Okay, so that means now this is going to do what? This is going to add all your view counts together from this table. Okay, from this particular table. So now if I just run it, and you'll see that you're going to get 320, and you can also like reconfirm. So you have what? 140 plus 180, so 320. What else? Let's do the average views also. So for average it will be simple, just use average, pass the views, and you're going to do here average views. Also you have to give comma here. Save this and now run again. So this will be your average views. So I think this is done. What else? I think minimum and maximum, let's do that also. So minimum, again it will be simple, so we'll do minimum views as lowest views, and also you're going to do a maximum, so I'll do max of views as highest views. So this is going to give you the minimum and the maximum. So here let's clear this and run it here again. So we can see that you're going to get the lowest views here. So let me just do one thing. I'm just going to remove some of these here. Let's comment it out. This. Okay, so you have the lowest views which is 40 and highest view which is 180. So you can go here and can confirm 40 and 180. Okay, so with this I think we have covered the many-to-many table aliases aggregate. Now let's move to the next one. So let's understand group by, having, count, distinct, and some of the basics of indexes. Okay, so moving to the next one, which will be group by. Okay, so let's create a group by .sql file. So what actually group by is, right? So in simple way to explain, group by will be, or group by creates groups of rows. Okay, in the previous section we discussed aggregate functions, right? Count, sum, average, mean, max, all this. Now let's say what we are going to do, right? These functions calculates values inside each group, right? So here what we are going to understand in this particular section, in the previous multiple times we have used something called where. So where actually do what? Where actually filters, very important, normal rows before grouping. Okay, so these will be where keyword, I'm just talking about I'm just telling keyword only so that you can understand where actually filters normal rows before grouping. What having will do, having filters, right? We have having filters. So having filters groups after grouping. Now these might be a little tricky until unless we are going to understand the concept. Okay, now when you're going to use having, so you're going to use having when the condition is going to depend, or condition depends on an aggregate function. So now the best option will be, I've already created one proper example for this, that you have to find the authors. Okay, so to find the authors who have written at least 2 posts. Okay, so you have to find the authors who have written at least 2 posts. Okay, now here you also have to do what? You have to use some kind of aggregate functions, correct? Because you have to get the count, right? Count of the post. So let's how we can do that. So I'm going to do select. Now first of all, when I'm talking about find authors, so that means what? I need to get what? The author name. So what actually author name? So author name here is either this is Ananya or Rahul. So author name is nothing but your username, right? So this is where, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do eu.name as author name, comma, and now what I need to do, I already mentioned that we need to have the count. Why? Because we need to see who written at least 2 posts. So that means I need to use the aggregate function here, and how I can see that whether this particular author already created 2 posts or not, and that is from this post ID. So we have this post ID, right? So I'm just going to do here p.id as total underscore posts. And now what I need to do, right? I'll also give you the sum, and let's do the p.views as total views. Okay, so now first of all we need to get the table. So first table will be my user table because I need to get the username. So I'm just going to do user, but very important, whenever you're going to use the table aliases, you have to use aliases here, or else I already mentioned that Postgres will not be able to understand that this u means the user table. Okay, and then what we need to do, right? We need to do a left join. So I'll do left join with the post table as p, because we're using the p here. Okay, so this will be small p, where, so here what will be the matching condition? Multiple times I will discuss, because your u.id, user.id is similar to your post.user id. So that means here I'm just going to do u.id will be equal to p.user id, correct? So this will be my matching condition. And now here what I'm going to do, right? I'm just going to do a group by u.id, and let's do a what else we can do? Maybe let's do u.name. Okay, user.id, user.name. Now what I mentioned here, so let's go here. What I mentioned, having filters groups after grouping, waits filter normal rows before grouping. So now we need to use a having, because we already have done the already used the grouping. So here what you have to do, you have to use having. So this having is simply going to tell that okay, now I need to see if the count of that post, so count of p.id is greater than or equal to 2 or not, because that is my criteria here, that that user at least have written 2 posts. So that means now I'm going to see having count of p.id should be greater than or equal to 2. Simple. And then I'm also going to do order by simply, and let's do order by of total post. Let's do this one as descending order. So now let's see what actually this is doing. So first of all, we have what from user as you, start with the user table, left join post as p, means connect each user with their post. What actually this group by is doing now? So this group by, I already mentioned, this group by is going to create one group for each user. So group by creates group of rows. So this group by is going to do what? Is going to create a group of each user. Why? Now you might ask me, okay, why it will create? So whatever post, let's say we have two users, Ananya and Rahul. So all posts written by Ananya become one group, and all posts written by Rahul become another group. Okay, so this is very important. So this line is actually doing that. So it's going to create one group for each user. Count is going to do what? So it's simply going to do, check the count, that how many posts exist inside each user group, right? This what I'm talking about. Then we have the sum is going to give you the sum. And this having, what actually having is doing now, this is a criteria. This is simply telling that keep only those user group where the post count is greater than or equal to 2. You're getting? So first we are using group by, then we are using having. Very important. That is the reason I mentioned that having filter groups after grouping. So first we created the group, and then we are simply telling, first we have created the group, then we counted all the posts, then we created the sum also, then we created one group for Ananya, one group for Rahul, and now I am doing what? Now I'm doing the filtering on that count, that you are going to only keep those user group where the count is more than 2. You're getting? So if the count is less, so it's not going to give you that result. And then we're simply doing a order by. So now let's run this and see what you're getting. Okay, that's it. So now you're getting Ananya, total post is 2 and total views is 140. Why? Because Ananya created 2 posts, as much as I remember. I added, let me just check. Okay, see this one, right? So this is how you need to do. Let's say you want to do that. Okay, I wanted to check whether the count is exactly equal to 1. So now if you run this, what will happen? So you're going to get Rahul, because Rahul created only 1 post. So this is how you have to use group by and having. Okay, so I think that's all for this particular one. Let's do one more concept here, which is also important, and that is count distinct. This will not take much time, but let's do this, and I'll do .sql. So what this count distinct is going to do, right? So this is going to count unique values, right? So it's going to count unique values. So what I mean by this? Okay, now first of all, also another thing I need to mention, and that is when this is useful. Now let's say you're using some joins, right? And this is useful when joins create repeated rows. Now example will be, okay, let me think. So okay, so let's say you have one post, right? I already mentioned that one post is going to have multiple tags, right? You have one post, that post has React.js tag, Next.js tag, SQL tag, DB tag, HTML tag. Now when we're going to join this post with post tags and the tags table that we have, the same post can appear multiple times, right? It's possible. So this is where what we're going to do, right? We are going to use something called count distinct and the property which is going to count only the unique post. So the best example will be, let's say I wanted to count how many unique posts are connected to each tag. Very good example, that how many unique posts are connected to each tag. This is what I wanted to see. Now let's see how we are going to do that. If you notice that whenever we are going to write this particular query, right, you'll notice that how many previous concept we are applying here. So what I mean by this, so previously you have understand the concept of select. the concept of aliases, the concept of left join, concept of inner join, concept of group by, order by. So basically what I'm telling that the more we are progressing in this particular video, the more we are applying the previous concept. So here for example what I need to get the tag. So first I'm just going to get the tag name, so I'm just going to do this one as tag name. Next give comma, and now what I'm going to do, right, I need to count how many unique posts. I'm going to give count, and here you have to give distinct. Okay, distinct p.id. okay, so post.id as total unique posts. And now what I'm going to do, first of all what I need to get the tags table. So tag, the aliases I've given t, so this will be as t, and then we are going to do a left join. So I'm going to do a left join with my post tags table, because that is a relations with the post tag table also. So here I'm just going to take this one as, let's do post tag, so pt, and then I'm simply pt. Then I'm simply going to check the matching condition that the tag.id should be equal to pt, which is the post tag dot tag id, because there is a matching here, right? So your post tag has the tag id which is similar to this tags.id, correct? So I'm simply going to do this t.id, which is tag.id is equal to post tag dot tag id. Okay, so this is the first one. Then I'm going to give another left join, and this left join will be on my post as p. This is what I have given here, p, and here also you do the same logic. So now this time this will become t.id will be your what, let's do pt dot post id, I think pt dot post id, this one. So pt dot post id will be equal to p.id, and now I'm going to do a group by. So do group by t.id, tag id, and t.name, and maybe let's do a order by also. So I'll do order by total unique post in descending order. The main part that we are simply doing for this particular section, which is this one. So it's simply getting the unique posts that are connected to each tag. Now you might be thinking, okay, how I'm writing all of this? Believe me, I've written all of this so many times previously. So for me it will be easy. For you it can be difficult. If you're a beginner, if you're a student, if you have very less experience, you need to do a lot of practice. These things will not come very easily. You can be very honest that where you have to apply left join, where you're going to apply group by, where you're going to apply having. Okay, these things, where you're going to use where. So you need to do a lot of practice, but this is exactly what this query is doing. See, whenever you're going to work with relationships, right, you have to see the table, that what actually your table structure is and what are the properties in two tables that are connected with each other. For example, tag id is similar to your tag id here. Post id for this table is similar to your post.id. So this is what I'm talking about. So now let's run this. If I run here, right, so let's see what you're getting. And you're going to get the unique post, that how many tag. So this SQL is associated with 2 unique posts. Backend is associated with 1 post. And if you want, we can also verify. So let's see what you're getting here. We have SQL 2 times and backend 1 time. All right, so that means this is working fine. So with this, I think we have covered the group by and also count distinct. So now let's move on to the next one. All right, so moving to the next one, let's understand another very interesting concept, and that is called subqueries. Okay, .sql. So let's see what actually this is, right? So I'll do subqueries in Postgres. Let me rephrase this. In Postgres. Queries nested inside another SQL statement. Okay, all right, so I just wanted to show you, because I'm going to explain this one in a very simple way. So what I mean by this, so this is simply we are running one query inside another query. So we are running one query inside another query, as simple as that. Okay, so what Postgres is going to do, Postgres is going to run the inner query first. So I'll do runs the inner query first, and then it's going to run the outer query. Okay, so it's going to run the outer query. Alright, so now let's understand this one in a simple example. So your task is what we need to do, right? Maybe let's do one thing, that first we are going to have two queries. Okay, in the inner query we are going to calculate some average values, and that value your outer query is going to use. So that means when your inner query is going to calculate something, right? I'm just giving as part of this example because we are using this file as our data source, but for your project it can be anything. So for this one I'm just doing, right, let's say I'm going to calculate my average views, and that average views I wanted to return. So that is going to return some value, and that value I'm going to use in my outer query. So that will be two query. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So now okay, what will be the question? The question will be, maybe let's do this one in this way, that which posts are performing better than average, something like this. So here how I can do that, right? So I'm just going to do select. So give me the title of that post, comma, give me the status of that post, and also give me the views. But this one you wanted to give me from my post table. Now here what I'm going to do, where the views, now we have our inner query. So where the views is what? So views is greater than the average value. So that means here now I'm going to write my inner query. So now I'm just going to do a select. So how you can calculate average views? What thing you have to use here? Means what are the things you have learned so far? So to calculate average views, you have to use an aggregate function, right? So what will be my aggregate function? I have to use average. So average will be on what? On views. And then you have to give what? So from where you have to do this? From your post table. So now this is your inner query. So this is going to give you the average views. This is going to return the data, and then you are going to use or run this outer query. So that means you're simply telling select title, status, views from post where views is greater than 100, sorry, views is greater than 20. So why I'm talking about this? So consider this particular query result is, this particular query's result is 20, right? So this block is going to return 20, so it will become this. So that means I'm simply telling that where the views is greater than 20. You're getting? So this is about the subqueries. And then you can also do order by. So do order by views, and then I'm going to do descending order. So if you save this and run this, it's going to work. So let's run it again. Okay, so this is what you're getting, right? But the point is you have to understand this one, that how you're running queries. And you can also see some example. Give me one example, see what it's telling here. Select name query where the price is select average price from products. This is almost the same example, but this is also doing the same thing. This is a subquery, right? This is one subquery. The point you have to understand that it's going to run the subquery first, it's going to return the result, and then the outer query is going to use that result. Okay, so I think that's all for this particular concept. I think we don't have much here. Now also I thought that I'm not going to explain or cover the indexes, but let's give you some idea, so that if this, I already mentioned, if the video, this video will do good, I'm going to create anyways one more part 2 for this particular video, but that will happen only if this one will do good. Okay, so I'm going to cover some of the very advanced level of database concept that you have to pay to watch those courses. Okay, so I'm going to do this one for free. So alright, so first of all let's understand what are indexes. Okay, simply indexes help you, or indexes helps, not me, indexes helps Postgres find rows faster. So I'm just going to do index helps Postgres find rows faster. This will be the best example. What will happen without an index? Now let's say you have 1000 data, you have to find something. So without, if there is no index, Postgres is going to scan many rows to find your matching data. With an index, what it usually do, right, it's going to jump closer to the data it needs. So what will be the how to frame mental model? Now consider there is a book. Now you have a book index, right? So book index means number. What that will help you? So that is going to help you find a particular topic without reading every page. This is the best example, correct? Similarly, if you have a database index, it's going to find rows without checking every data. So I'm going to repeat once again. Your book index, right? Book will always have the index, right? In the first page, let's say you have some indexes, you can go to a certain page. Similarly, in Postgres or in any DB, if you have indexes or database index is going to help find rows without checking every row. So that means what? It's going to do what? It's going to speed up your query reading process. For example, let's say your query reading process is select, right? So it's going to speed it up, this process, this particular process, right? So I'll do this particular process. So now what I will do, right? Maybe let's do one thing. So first I will just see my data. So I'm just going to do select. Let's take the ID. I'll do a title. Let's do a status. I'm going to do a views, and also we have the user ID, correct? And I'm just going to do this one from posts. So this is my post table data, correct? So now I have one requirement that I need to filter the post by status. So something like this, right? So you have /posts, and then you are going to do status equal to published, correct? So this is one filter. So here how you can do that? So what we'll do select, give me ID, give me my title, give me my status, and here I'm just going to do from posts table, and then I'm simply going to do where the status is equal to published, correct? So status will be published. So this will be my query, simple. So now the problem will occur when this post table will become very large. So it always needs to do what? Postgres needs to find each and every rows to find this particular criteria here, that okay, give me these many posts, maybe there are 500 posts where it is the status is published. Now this is where what we can do, right? We can create an index. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first I'm going to do create. So to create an index, you have to do index. Again, first you have to check that if not exist, okay, and let's give this one as idx underscore posts, and now see, because we need to write index for these status columns, I'm just giving this one as underscore status, okay. And what you have to do, you have to give on post, and you have to tell that okay, which column you want to do. So we want to do on the status column. So now this is actually very important, okay, and you will see that if you are working in a company or let's say any open source, you'll see that they try to use this particular structure, and this is the naming style. Now what this idx means, this is the index, this is the table name, and this is the column name. Very important, okay. So these will be very important. So here, so this idx is simply telling this is the ID, or maybe this is the index. Posts simply telling this is the table name, and status will be your what? Column name, okay. So now what we are going to do, right? So let's say we want to now filter and sort together. So now I wanted to write a query that is going to, maybe let's do something like this, right? It's going to find the published post, also at the same time it's going to show you the most viewed post first, okay. So something like this. Now here I want to do very important, okay. See what you're doing. So I'm just going to do here title, give me title, give me my status, and give me the views. From which table? So from posts table. Now I'm just going to do where. So we already using status is equal to published, and I'm just going to do order by, and I'll do on views and descending order. Now here this query, although it may look very simple, it's easy to understand, but it has two important parts, okay, and this part we haven't discussed before. This where status equal to published, right? This is going to do what? It's going to filter by status, and order by views descending, it's going to do what? It's going to sort by views from highest to lowest, okay. Now here what we can do right now, let's say I'm just talking about various way of writing indexes only for now. So this is one way. Now here this is a composite thing we are doing. So we are doing two things. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means we are using what? We are doing two things together. So that means this is a concept of a composite index. So we are first filtering, and also we are doing a order by. So this will be a composite index. So how you can create the index? So you can create the index like this. So you're going to do create index if not exists. Now I'm just going to do IDX for index, post will be my table, status is one of the column that I'm doing, and then also I have a views column. And then what you have to do, you have to do on posts because that is the table name. And now you have to give what? You have to give status and you have to give views in descending order. So this is one of your index. You're getting what I'm talking about. So this is how you can write a composite index. Okay. So now maybe let's do one thing. I'll give you some little intermediate level of concept or how you can write indexes on foreign key columns. Now we already have discussed the concept of foreign key, right? For example, let's say if I go here, your post.user_id is referencing the user.id, this one, right? So means every post is belong to a valid user, correct? Now this is the concept of what? This is the concept of foreign keys. So something like this, let's say you have one get request users, and then I'm just going to do ID and then give me posts. So that means your backend needs to find all posts written by one particular user. You're getting all these things what I'm talking about, very important thing. So that means this is a very valid scenario, right? Let's say you are creating one particular user profile where you need to render all the post that is written by that particular user. So that means how you can do that. So you have to do like this, right? So you're going to do select and give me title, give me status, give me views. Now what I have to do first from posts, because this is the table, and then what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to do where user ID is equal to, so I'm going to write an inner query here. User ID is going to what? Select ID from where? From users table. And then I'm simply going to do, okay, give me where name is equal to Anonna. Now this Anonna name can be dynamic value because you're not going to write a hard-coded value, but this Anonna name will be this ID that you're getting, correct? So this will be, let's say this can be also Rahul. I'm just giving one example. Now here how you can write a index for this. Here if you notice, the post.user_id actually using to find post for a particular user. So that is the reason this will be a good column to write an index. So that means if I want to do write an index for this, so I'm just going to do create index if not exist, and here I'm do again same format. I'll do IDX, post is the table name, and I'm just going to do user_id because this is what we're doing, and this will be on post table. And what will be property? Your property will be on user ID because this is a foreign key relations, right? So this is how you can create. So I think we have covered most of the things, and this now here we don't have anything that much to run, but this is how you can write indexes. The point is you can't write indexes blindly. You have to see the requirement that where you're going to write, but the format has to be very important, and it is also very easier to understand also that why you are writing all this. Okay. So with this I think we have almost covered all the things. Let me just think that what else we can cover, that we are going to cover in the next part, and with that we'll end this particular video. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's end this particular video with transactions, although I thought that I'm not going to cover, but let me give you some of the very little glimpse what actually it is, because it's very important concept. And then if I'm creating any next part anytime soon, then I'll be also covering this one later. So these will be transactions. Okay, so what actually transaction does is, so it lets you multiple, or it give you the opportunity to run multiple, so do multiple SQL statements run as one safe unit. Okay, so simply we are telling that whatever we are running, either all thing or everything is going to succeed, or everything will be cancelled. So now okay, this will be very helpful. Now this is very helpful. Let's say you're creating an e-commerce website where user is placing an order. At the same time, when you're placing an order, right, so what are the things you're going to do? So you place an order. At the same time, if the order is successful, you need to reduce the stock count of that particular product, right? So reduce the stock of that product. So this is also comes under transaction. At the same time you need to do creating payment records, transferring money, right? Also you need to do what? You need to also do creating user records with related profile data, right? So that means what actually we are doing here, if I ask you to sum up in one single sentence. So this is simply we are using a transaction where multiple database changes must succeed together. So we have to do all these things. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to do this in our example. So now first of all what we need to do, right, how we are going to start a transaction. So that is the first thing you have to understand. So first, whenever you are going to start a transaction, you have to do begin. So begin is going to start a transaction. Now what will happen, right, once you write begin, Postgres is not going to save the changes permanently until unless we are going to do something called commit. So that we are going to discuss later. Now let's say we start a transaction. Now in the first step what we wanted to do, right, we wanted to update our draft post. So we have a draft post, right? You search here, we have a draft post, correct? So which one is that? This is the draft one, correct? So this is a draft post. So here we have what indexes for beginner. This is the title. Maybe let's do one thing, let's change the status from draft to published. So this will be my first change. So I'm just going to do update. So update my post table, set the status to published, where title is equal to what? This one, title is indexes for beginner, correct? And then I'm also going to give it and, because see there can be two title also with the same, so you always have to give status is draft. So these small things you have to understand. So this is the first thing that we are doing. What we are doing right now in the step 2, this is not, the transaction is not yet completed. I wanted to increase the views for the same post. Okay, so let's say how many views I have, 40. So now I wanted to increase the views of this post. So again I'm just going to do update posts, set views equal to views plus 50, where title is equal to indexes for beginners. Okay, so this is the third one. And then what I'll do, right, maybe let's do, I wanted to check the result that if this is done or not. So I'm just going to do, give me the title, give me the status, give me the views from posts table, where title is equal to indexes for beginners. Okay, and then at the end what you have to do, as I already mentioned, very important, you have to do commit. So what commit is going to do? Commit is going to permanently save all these changes inside the transaction, because this is whatever we are doing, this is a transaction. Okay, now there is a concept called rollback also, right? Rollback is going to cancel all the changes, but for now if you are understanding this thing, it is more than enough. Okay, so now let's run this first and see what is happening here. Run. Again I'm doing some mistake, man. Update post, we're doing update post, something we are doing wrong. Let me just check. There might be some places I haven't given. Okay, this is where I have to give this. Okay, so let's run again, and you can see that we do begin, update 1. This is the result, this is now published, the views are also changed, and this is commit. Okay, why you're seeing for 140? Because the previous time also we have already updated one time, that's the reason. But you can see that from begin to commit, this transaction is now completed. So overall you have to understand the concept that what you're doing when we are doing multiple DB queries at the same time, transactions are extremely helpful. So I think that's all for this particular video. I think we have covered almost most of the things. This is more than enough, believe me or not. If you can understand all these things and do right, you will be in a very good position. So if you like this video, give a like, and I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.